Productions. Good morning. Welcome to the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Today, Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. Welcome to all. First off, this morning, the world faces a brand new war, and I would like to keep all those impacted lifted up in prayer, to include Americans in the area of Israel and our armed forces, which are poised to assist in this conflict. This is another reminder to our local government agencies to maximize all federal dollars, as this conflict will certainly require funding, and it will be easy to reprogram those monies. This is also our first committee meeting since this institution have lost two stalwarts in the names of the Honorable Alicia Chucky Hansen and the Honorable Lloyd Williams. They each had a major impact on this territory and on the development of our territory, and they will surely be missed and mourned, and I want to extend condolences to the families. Let me also acknowledge that we're in the midst of Hispanic Heritage Month. My Spanglish is not too bueno, but I just want to wish everyone well. These our ties with Puerto Rico has been strong, great, And especially those of us on the island of St. Croix, the police commissioner can attest to that, carrying the name of Martinez. But the culinary arts flair is somewhat similar. And just this past weekend on St. Croix, there were some festivities, and there are more throughout the month of October. So again, happy Hispanic Heritage Month. And I must also acknowledge the recent proclamations made by the Honorable Governor Albert A. Bryan. October has been proclaimed month of the Virgin Islands National Guard in honor of the Guard's 50th year anniversary and their service to our community. The legislature also recently passed a bill, I believe it was Bill 35, that's 0170, that was passed unanimously to honor the Guard's 50th anniversary. October is also Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which is most fitting given today's agenda items. And we will be considering about 3 bills today in 2 blocks. And at this time, I'll ask the clerk if there are any correspondence before asking you to read today's agenda into the record. Clerk's mic, please. Your mic is not on? Turn it on. Up. Media, mic check for the clerk, please. A little technical difficulty. In the meantime, I want to ask everyone again, just to make sure your phones are on vibe or off if you don't need them. But we know we have some important people before us, so your staff might be needing to reach you, so please make sure that your phones are on vibe or silent. In the meantime, as we wait for the technical part to take place, I'm going to start from my left here with my cousin family. Please put your name and title on the record, and we'll make our way over to the right. Pull the mic. Don't. Yeah, pull the mic all the way to you.
Good morning.
You could take it out. Pull it all the way. Yeah.
Good morning. Hear me?
If you take it out, I might be able to.
Good morning.
That's right.
Good morning. My name is Marisa Turnbull-Smith. I am the Airport Security Coordinator and the Administrative Officer at the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the St. Thomas St. John District.
Welcome. Chief.
Good morning. My name is Edred Wilkes Jr., Police Chief, Port Authority, St. Thomas St. John District.
Welcome. My good friend from WAPA, please put on the power. Now, testifier's mic, please. What's going on here today? Nothing. Power is out. WAPA up to speak. Let me take a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is back on record. And let me just be clear that that was a technical difficulty and had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the Water and Power Authority. You may proceed, Wapa.
Good morning. Sabrina King-Leonce, Director of Human Resources for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Loud and clear. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Julius Obain, Chief Information Officer for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Welcome. Pronounce your last name again for me.
Obain.
Obain, okay.
Hi, good morning. Mark Bow, Chief Technology Officer, Bureau of Information Technology.
All right. Can you do that one more time? You came through half the way.
Good morning. Mark Bow, Chief Technology Officer, Bureau of Information Technology.
Thank you. I think they wanted you to check the two mics. That's what happened, right? Welcome.
Good morning, Ray Martinez, Police Commissioner.
Welcome.
Good morning, Corel Sheridan, Executive Director, Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Welcome. Home.
Good morning, Emmanuel Robbie O'Neill, Jr., Director, MIS, Legislature of Virgin Islands.
Welcome. You're nervous?
No.
Okay, because this is your home.
Yeah.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record? Mike?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You may proceed with the roll call, please.
Senator Angel L. Boquez, Jr. Present. Senator Boquez, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. I'm here. Senator Ray Fonseca, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Javon E. James, Sr.
Present.
Senator Javon E. James, Sr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, present. Mr. Chairman, we have 7 members present.
Thank you. We have a full quorum. Also, let me acknowledge the presence of our esteemed Rules and Judiciary Chair, the Honorable Senator Capehart. Welcome. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry, on St. Croix, can we do a mic test with the testifier on St. Croix, please?
Good morning, Senator Gittins, Director Darrell Joshton, Director for Vaitima.
Good morning. Thank you and welcome. Madam Clerk, at this time, can I get you to read today's agenda into the record in its entirety, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Please be advised that the 35th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety has scheduled a legislative committee hearing for 10 o'clock a.m. Tuesday, October 10th, 2023, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas. The committee is expected to receive testimony on a number of bills that fall under the committee's jurisdiction that has been assigned to the committee for consideration. This is an in-person hearing. Block 1, Bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles classified information, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Sr. Invited testifiers, Mr. Rupert Ross, Director, Bureau of Information Technology, Mr. Darrell Joshton, Director, Vaitima, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VI Port Authority, Mr. Andrew Smith, CEO, Water and Power Authority, Ms. Regina Deshabert Peterson, Administrator, VI Judiciary, Mistress Corel Sheridan, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Legislature. Block 2, Bill number 35-0127, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders, sponsored by Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Invited testifiers: Mr. Ray Martinez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department; Ms. Ariel K. Smith, Attorney General, Virgin Islands Department of Justice; Mr. Darrell George, Director, Fire Emergency Medical Services; Mr. Liston Thomas, President, St. Thomas Rescue; and Bill number 35-0131, relating to an act amending Title 3, VIC, Chapter 15, to establish a real crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department, sponsored by Senator Diane Capehart. Invited testifiers: Mr. Ray Martinez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department; Mr. Darrell Joshin, Director, VITEMA; and Mr. Rupert Ross, Director, Bureau of Information Technology. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a full agenda today. We didn't have you said there was no correspondence. We didn't get anything from the judiciary?
Mr. Chairman, we did.
That needs to be read into the record, please.
Letter from Ms. Regina DeShabera Peterson.
One second. Is that a testimony or correspondence regarding their absence today?
Testimony regarding Bill number 35-0086.
Okay, no testimony at this time. I thought there was a correspondence asking for them to be excused. So, disregard. Thank you so much. At this time, who speaks to Bill number 35-0086? I do. Mr. Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for the introduction of Bill number 35-0086.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers,
Good morning.
all viewing, listening, and present. Bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles classified information. I'll start off with June 18th, 1979. Why I mentioned that? That's when I started working for the government. I have 41 years working in the government. I remember the days when you do a NOPA, and think you had triplicates or four pieces of page, that when you sign off one, they had the paper underneath, and you disseminate it to different people. Basically now, that's dinosaur times. Everything is done electronic, everything is done, all your information, put it online, put it in the cloud, do all these things. What this bill is basically asking is to set a premise in law versus allowing for each department or agencies to determine whether they're going to do a background check or not. This bill is to put it into law that it must be done for individuals handling classified information. We see all the time cybersecurity issues. We see all the time where information is stolen. I think the least we could do is to set a premise that, hey, we're going to do a background check to have these things looked out for. Are we going to catch everything? No. And I'm not trying to catch everything, but would it deter persons from looking to take advantage of using persons' information? I think it will. And the idea behind having correspondence or having individuals from all three branches of government is the idea, the impetus behind having the legislature's ED. We have a letter from the judiciary, and this bill is to affect the executive branch, and then to have some outside entities like WAPA, Port Authority, for them to give their statements and to put it as a basis is why I want to have it in law. take it away from an individual. Say, nah, I ain't feel like doing individual checks. No, by law, you have to do individual checks if you're in this IT position. There is also an amendment I have in regards to, I held a meeting with Director Joshin, and he gave me some information regarding time frame. So we put in a time frame, and then we determine definition for word. So I'm asking for my colleagues' support regarding this is where the future is for the territory. We know in modern age, where you put everything into, like I say, into the internet, into the cloud, and I think background checks for these things here is a must, and that's the impetus for the bill. I'm asking for my colleagues' support for bill number 35-0086. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Minority Leader. So we did have a correspondence from the judiciary, which just a portion will be read into the record. The other parts we will just make a part of the official record, but the excusal piece I'll have the clerk read into the record at this time.
Letter from Regina Dishaber Peterson, Administrative Clerk of the Judiciary, to the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chair, Committee on Homeland Security, Judiciary, and Public Safety, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Mr. Chairman, Bill number 35-0086 seeks to amend Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, which specifically governs the operation of the executive branch, its departments and agencies and instrumentalities. And the bill neither specifically does it specify its applicability generally to the government of the Virgin Islands. Accordingly, the judiciary takes no position on the bill, but only states as a matter of record that the judiciary branch always requires background checks not only for its personnel hire, but also for all applicants to the Virgin Islands Bar. I extend my sincerest apologies for not being able to attend today's hearing on Bill number 35-0086. Regrettably, unavoidably, conflicts and pressing matters in the District of St. Croix require my immediate attention. As you are aware, the third branch of government is responsible for the interpretation of law and the resolution of legal disputes. In this regard, the judiciary it should be asked to take a position on any proposed legislation, especially where such legislation does not have explicit or specific application to the administration of justice, the operations of the branch and or its role, and the authority within the structure of our government. Sincerely, Regina Dishaber Peterson, Administrative Clerk, VI Judiciary.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Point of information, Senator DeGraff, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the same letter by
the judiciary, Administrator Peterson, the letter goes on to state, accordingly, the judiciary takes no position on this bill, but only states as a matter of record that the judicial branch has always required background checks, not only for its personnel hires, but also for all applicants to the Virgin Islands Bar. I just want to make sure that's put in on the record that the judiciary does it as a matter of normal practice. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. At this time, we'll receive testimony from the testifiers, beginning with BIT, Representative Mr. Bow. But before we go to Mr. Bow, allow me to also recognize the presence of our Senate Vice President, the Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden. My apologies. I don't ever usually see him on the left side. Thank you. Now we'll go to Mr. Bao. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Kenneth L. Gittins, bill sponsor Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other members of the 35th Legislature, other guests, and viewing audience. My name is Mark Bao, Chief Technology Officer of the Bureau of Information Technology, representing Director and Chief Information Officer Rupert Ross. I am here to provide testimony concerning Bill number 35-0086, which proposes amendments to Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H. This bill aims to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technologies, agencies with data centers, and individuals handling classified information. The Bureau of Information Technology acknowledges the fundamental objective of Bill number 35-0086 and its potential impact on our agency and other instrumentalities. While we appreciate the intent behind this proposal, we respectfully recommend that the responsibility for conducting background checks be placed within the domain of human resources, a department equipped to handle such matters efficiently and comprehensively. This approach aligns with established best practices in many organizations and ensures a streamlined and effective implementation of background checks. Additionally, we have noted a crucial omission in the proposed bill: specific guidelines outlining the steps to be taken based on the results of the background checks. It is essential to establish clear protocols regarding the actions to be taken in the event of a positive or negative background check. For instance, if an applicant's background check is unsatisfactory, there should be defined consequences and procedures, including provisions for existing employees. Drawing from the federal government's model, which tailors background checks according to job roles, could serve as a valuable reference in structuring our approach effectively. Furthermore, the proposed utilization of the National Crime Investigation Center, NCIC, as a data source raises concerns. While the NCIC is a vital tool for law enforcement, its primary focus is criminal investigation. The Bureau of Information Technology lacks the necessary resources, accessibility, and training to manage the intricacies of this database effectively. We recommend exploring alternative specialized databases or collaborating with law enforcement entities to ensure accurate and reliable background checks. In closing, I want to emphasize the Bureau of Information Technology's commitment to the security and integrity of the government of the Virgin Islands. We fully endorse the principle behind Bill number 35-0086 and are eager to collaborate with the Legislature and Human Resources in crafting a comprehensive and well-defined methodology for conducting background checks for sensitive positions. Our expertise and dedication are at your disposal to enhance the effectiveness of this important initiative. The Bureau would like to thank the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, Chairman Kenneth Gittins, the 35th Legislature, committee and non-committee members for the opportunity to testify on proposed Bill number 35-0086. I am available to answer any questions and look forward to having a positive discussion.
Thank you, Chief Bao. Next up, we will go to Commissioner Martinez. You're recognized for your testimony, followed by Director Joshin on St. Croix.
Good morning, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Committee members, members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, members of my executive team, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Ray A. Martinez, Police Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify on Bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles classified information. Mr. Chair, the VIPD does not have a position on this bill. as all Virgin Islands Police Department personnel, sworn and civilian, are required to submit to and obtain a favorable background check. I am compelled, however, to point out the proposed legislation appears overbroad in its referral of classified information and recommend the bill be more concise in its definition. Moreover, the National Crime Information Center, NCIC, is a computerized index of missing persons and criminal information and is designed for the rapid exchange of information between criminal justice agencies. NCIC's data encompasses 12 categories: articles, boats, Canadian warrants, lost or stolen firearms, interstate identification indices, license plates, missing persons, securities, U.S. Secret Service protectives, unidentified persons, stolen or wanted vehicles, and wanted persons. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, which oversees NCIC, prohibits the use of NCIC criminal record checks for employment purposes. Senator Giddens, thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on this bill. My team and I stand ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Next up, Director Joshin, you're recognized for your testimony, followed by VA Port Authority, whoever is taking the lead.
Good morning, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other committee members, the 35th Legislative staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience. I'm Darrell D. Joshin, Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency by TEMA. I'm providing testimony today on Bill number 35-0086, Act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10, Hotel, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agents that have data centers, and any employee who handles classified information, dated May 31st, 2023, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. On reviewing this bill, there are two concerns which I believe this committee must thoroughly be aware of and adjust language to not leave the bill vague and without substance for the VI code. First is the understanding of the purpose of the bill as it relates to those individuals hired to work working within the GVI agencies, to include contractors with elevated rights, administrative access on information technology platforms containing financial and or personal identifiable information known as PII, or what would be considered insider information which has not been released to the public through an official government source. The second is the criteria used to screen these information systems trusted individuals and should have the clearances and be revalidated periodically. This bill focuses on individuals who have access to information systems which are sensitive in nature, and if permitted to be released outside the government of Virgin Islands, could compromise an individual, an agency, or the entire government of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The access IT workers have to sensitive information and costly equipment requires employers to have a certain level of trust and confidence in the hiring process. One bad hire can result in significant data breach, fraud, or criminal activity that brings with it a significant amount of liability. U.S. Virgin Islands must protect sensitive user data and disclose any data breach in a timely manner. IT pre-employment background checks help employers make efficient and effective hiring decisions by ensuring the job candidates are both competent and reliable. A study by the RAND Corporation published in 2021 entitled Updating Personnel Vetting and Security Clearance Guidelines for Future Generations found that while everyone carries some type of risk in their lives, the historical set of guidelines to assess whether these risks are low enough based upon the position to which an applicant is applying to be acceptable to the employing agency, trends among younger adults have shifted risk criteria to new emerging concerns. The RAND study recommended three broad categories which should be scrutinized by the employer. First is the rise of the inability to satisfy debts, student loan debts specifically. This has become common for many potential applicants. Emphasis during the background check should be on management of essential debts instead of satisfying the debts as a risk factor. The second is in today's digital age, there are more opportunities to form relationships with foreign nationals through social networks for friends and acquaintances. A risk factor based on the nature of the context for certain countries should be examined. The third is a digital personal conduct risk involving social media platforms, which could result in engaging in risky behavior ranging from illicit activities, forging close personal ties with foreign, and trading risky financial assets like cryptocurrencies. To be a review of timing, frequency, and context of problematic conduct by clearance applicants. Conducting IT background checks is critical for employers to follow all relevant rules and regulations. This includes provisions outlined in the Fair Credit Reporting Act, the FCRA, and Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, as well as state and local laws and regulations. The FCRA states that employees must obtain written consent from job seekers before conducting any type of background check. Applicants must have the right to receive a copy of any reports that are generating during this background check, and if any concerning information is uncovered, the applicant must be notified before the employer uses this information to disqualify them. IT background checks can help screen out job applicants who have a questionable history or criminal background. They can also verify an applicant's education, experience, and credentials, helping to ensure employers hire candidates who are truly qualified for the position. Periodic update of the background clearance is also recommended, as well as updated checks for changes in position or job, which provides additional accesses to sensitive information. From what I understand after reviewing this bill should be about vetting a trusted individual with access to sensitive information. It should not be about access to classified information. Access to classified information implies that the organization has first a method to classify the information, usually top secret, secret, confidential, and official, and second, has a means to store the information within an appropriate accredited information system which prevents unauthorized access and prevents data spillage, which is unintentional leaks of classified information or data from one classified system to an unclassified system through normally a common email system. As to the use of the FBI's National Criminal Information Center, the NCIC, to assist in background checks, this bill requires the potential employer or individual to complete the request at a reasonable cost of between $18 to $25, and I support the use of the NCIC along with local criminal background checks. NCIC, like Commissioner Martinez says, checks covers databases of property files, person files, and image files. The NCIC database maintains 7 property files. The categories of property files include records for articles, boats, guns, license plates, securities, vehicles, and parts. The NCIC database can determine if an individual owns a piece of property or a vehicle, if that property was involved in a criminal activity, or any legal actions are taken against it. There are 11 person files with the NCIC containing a record of convicted sex offenders, foreign fugitives, identity theft, immigration violators, missing persons, protection orders, supervised release unidentified persons, U.S. Secret Service protective, violent gang and terrorist groups, and wanted persons. Person files are accessed most often when completing background checks.
Director, for the Director, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Senator.
For the recorder, please slow down and just be clearer, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. The person files are accessed most often when completing background checks. The individual may be listed in one or more of the person categories depending on what they've been recorded. NCIC background check will list all the categories where a person is found. NCIC also stores pictures that can be returned with the background check. This picture part of the database ensures and helps that a person in the background check is being completed is for, in fact, a person who has applied for the position. This bill, Bill number 35-0086, provides much needed requirement for the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands to include measures for required background checks for any trusted information technology individuals who have or currently have access to sensitive data, to include PII. As far as I know, the government of the Virgin Islands, including the Bureau of Information Technology, does not currently classify any of its information or databases, but uses access control through leadership authorization for individuals with a need-to-know basis and controls levels of authorization through system administration with full rights. Is this vetting of these trusted individuals, which is the main purpose of the bill? Just as important to providing proper access to individuals to gain access to systems, it is important to remove that access when individuals move positions or leave the government. Senior official has the responsibility to notify the system administrator of changes to an individual status. ITEMA supports the basis of this bill, but recommends changes in the context with emphasis on individuals with administrative rights and eliminating any reference of handling classified information or applications. Finally, while an initial background check for employment purposes is important, depending on the sensitivity of the data or vulnerability to the agency, updated checks of criminal background records should be completed on a periodic basis. Thank you, Committee Chairman Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0086. Prepared to answer any questions any members of this committee may have at this time.
Thank you so much, Director Joshin of ITEMA. Now we'll hear from Port Authority representatives. Who is providing the lead? Chief? All right. And then you'll be followed by the Water and Power Authority. Chief, you're recognized.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the 35th Legislature, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and to the distinguished members of the committee and other senators in attendance, the legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Edred Wilkes Jr., Police Chief for the Virgin Islands Port Authority, St. Thomas St. John District. Accompanying me is Ms. Marissa Turnbull Smith, the Administrative Officer and Airport Security Coordinator for the St. Thomas St. John District. We are hereby today on behalf of Executive Director Carlton Dow, who extends his apologies that he could not attend today's hearing due to a scheduling conflict. Director Dow received your letter dated September 20th, 2023, inviting VIPA to testify regarding Bill number 35-0086. This bill is an act amending Title 3 VI Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all information technology personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles classified information. VIPA fully supports this measure. Moreover, the authority has already implemented the process of background checks for not just our confidential employees, but for all employees hired to work within the aviation, marine, and administrative divisions. This is standard operational procedures for the agency and is implemented for the Virgin implemented for employees hired to work in both districts. Background checks and drug tests are performed and results must be received with a favorable report. Before any employee can begin work. The applicant only pays for the police report. All other associated fees regarding background checks are currently paid for by the authority. VIPA also works with the U.S. Department of Transportation via the Transportation Security Administration, TSA, to perform routine background checks annually for employees who are issued identification badges, granting access to the secured areas of our facilities. If this routine check reveals an incident that occurred after the employee was hired, their badges can be revoked and their employment status will be evaluated. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is committed to providing safe working environments and facilities for the traveling public as we execute our mandate to support the territorial economy, tourism industry, and facilitate commerce. Our dedication to safe operation includes protecting both physical and cyber equipment and data at our offices and our ports. VIPA will support and comply with any measures implemented by this body that is designed to keep sensitive data out of the hands of criminals, those with malicious intentions. That concludes my testimony, and Ms. Thomas Smith and I are prepared to answer any question you may have concerning this matter.
Thank you, Chief. Water and Power Authority, followed by Legislature. You're taking the lead, sir?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Good morning. I am Julius Obain, Chief Information Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, or the Authority. I would like to thank the Honorable Chair, Senator Gittins, as well as other members of the Senate present for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss background checks and Bill 35-0086. Following my testimony, Sabrina King-Leon's Director of Human Resources will provide testimony regarding employee background checks from the perspective of personnel. Good morning to you, the listening public, and the WAPA family. Before moving to my testimony, I would like to read Executive Director Smith's testimony into the record. The testimony of Director Smith is as follows. Good morning, Chairman Gittins and other members of the 35th Legislature joining us today. Thank you for the invitation to appear before you today to provide testimony on Bill 35-0086. I would have appeared today, but as I noted in my correspondence to Chairman Gittins, I have a previous speaking engagement today at the American Public Power Association conference in Puerto Rico, where I will be representing WAPA. The American Public Power Association is an industry trade association that provides valuable support to its member utilities in addition to coordinating mutual aid efforts to assist with service restoration following natural disasters. I assure you that WAPA leadership takes the integrity of its workforce very seriously and supports the use of background checks as part of the efforts to ensure a high-quality workforce. As you will hear from our Chief Information Officer and Director of Human Resources, we have extensive IT security and employee background check protocols in place. Unfortunately, some of the enhanced security was prompted by learning a hard lesson. As you are aware, WAPA suffered a theft of $2 million several years ago from the authority due to fraudulent wire transfer. WAPA recovered a significant amount of this loss from insurance, but due to a non-disclosure confidentiality agreement with the insurer, I am unable to disclose the amount of the insurance proceeds. Regardless of the receipt of insurance proceeds, reducing the loss of WAPA, any loss was unacceptable, and that painful lesson prompted many reforms. Our Chief Information Officer will talk about several steps that have been taken to protect the authority. WAPA also takes many steps to ensure the integrity of its employees. Once a candidate has been selected for a role, the candidate must pass multiple background checks, including a criminal background check, before being employed by WAPA. Our Director of Human Services will provide more detail in her testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. This concludes Director Smith's testimony. Turning back to my testimony, WAPA Information Technology or IT employees all pass background checks performed by the WAPA Human Resources Department before being employed by the authority, as Director Smith discussed. In response to the theft that Director Smith described, IT implemented multiple layers of additional security to protect the authority's information. I will not go into the ways in which protection for the authority has been enhanced, because that would be like giving the keys to the front door to a person trying to break into your house. But I would like to provide a few examples. Email phishing scams, where a fake email asking the recipient to click through a link can breach IT infrastructure. The authority has extensive online and in-person training on cybersecurity in general, as well as in-depth training as it relates to phishing scams, to train employees on how phishing scams work and teach them how to identify and report phishing emails. The authority also runs active phishing campaigns to increase employee awareness of how to detect phishing emails. Employees that fail the phishing campaign is assigned additional training. Another example of protection that WAPA has adopted is two-factor authentication, or MFA. You may be familiar with two-factor authentication from online resources you may use, such as bank account, credit card accounts, social media accounts, email accounts, etc. With two-factor authentication, a one-time code is transmitted to a device other than a device on which you are seeking access to. A cell phone or email address, for example. The user is then required to enter a code from the separate device to gain access. WAPA works closely with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the U.S. Coast Guard, the U.S. Department of Energy, the U.S. Department of the Interior, as well as other federal agency on its cybersecurity. For example, the Department of Homeland Security was in the territory last month working with WAPA. Department of Homeland Security also evaluates WAPA cybersecurity measures and consistently recognizes WAPA's cybersecurity programs as one of the best programs it has seen in the region. WAPA also works closely with industry trade associations on its cybersecurity. For example, I was nominated and selected to serve as chairman of the American Public Power Association IT track for its business and financial conference in 2022 and served as a vice chair the prior year. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I am available to answer any questions once testimony has been presented. I now turn the testimony over to WAPA's Director of Human Resources, Sabrina.
Good morning, Chairman Gittens and other honorable members of the 35th Legislature, as well as the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for the invitation to appear before you today. I am Sabrina King-Leonce, Director of Human Resources. As Director Smith described, WAPA takes the integrity of its workforce very seriously and supports the use of background checks as a part of that effort. In addition to a thorough interview process, WAPA screens potential hires with an extensive background check performed by its third-party provider, Verified First. WAPA does not initiate background checks for a candidate for employment until the candidate has been selected. The candidate is unable to start to work for WAPA until the candidate has passed the background check. Key elements of WAPA's background check include the following: national, state, and federal criminal background check, VIPD criminal background check, credit check, drug screening, U.S. Department of Homeland Security background check, which identifies issues such as a candidate on a terrorist watch list, immigration status, reference check, education verification check. WAPA pays for the candidate background check to ensure WAPA is an attractive place to seek employment. A potential employee does not have to pay for a background check to pursue a job at WAPA. WAPA also does not perform its background check until a candidate has been selected for employment for two reasons. First, WAPA receives 3,000 to 5,000 employment applications each year, and WAPA only hires approximately 100 candidates per year from that pool of applicants. Paying for background checks for that many applicants would be very expensive when WAPA only hires a small fraction of those applicants. Please note, WAPA is not increasing its headcount by that many employees each year. WAPA's headcount has remained essentially flat for the past several years because new hires replace vacancies created by retirements, terminations, or resignations. Second, if WAPA received background checks on several thousand applicants each year, that would create a vast amount of data that WAPA would have to maintain. Given the small number of successful candidates out of that large pool of applicants, WAPA would be maintaining records for thousands of applicants that it did not hire. Given what I just described, WAPA suggests that Bill number 35-0086 address background checks only for candidates considered for an offer of employment, rather than all applicants for employment, because then the administrative requirements and costs associated with background checks would be significantly reduced for the agencies. A number of WAPA employees also carry a credential that requires additional background checks. The Transportation Worker Identification Credentials, or TWIC, is required by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Transportation Safety Administration to allow employees to access critical transportation infrastructure. WAPA's facilities include piers and mooring infrastructure and are near the ports. The TWIC background check includes a criminal background check, an immigration status check, a terrorist watch list check, and other reviews. This concludes my testimony. Again, on behalf of Director Smith, Chief Information Officer O'Bain, and myself, we thank the Senate and the public for the opportunity to discuss Bill number 35-0086. We also would like to thank the hardworking men and women in the WAPA family for their dedication to providing services that are so critical to the community.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. King-Leonce. You almost quelled my anxiety just now. But Edie, the executive director's statement regarding the $2 million that was stolen is really concerning. And I'm using the word stolen because his words is theft. And what's really concerning is these bunch of non-disclosure confidential agreements that WAPA seem to be signing off on. And that's why I want to proceed today with our legal counsel here on the floor. Because as an investigator myself, some of these things I just believe is hogwash. speaking straightforward. All right? At the appropriate time, I'll ask some questions regarding that, but I just wanted to make clear that I'm concerned about this non-disclosure confidentiality agreement with the people's monies that were stolen. Next up, legislature.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and other members and senators present in the chambers and virtually, other testifiers, and the viewing and listening public. I am Correll A. Sheridan, Executive Director of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Today, Mr. Emmanuel Robbie O'Neill Jr., Director of Management Information Systems, accompanies me. I have been asked to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0086. This bill seeks to amend Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles classified information. I commend the bill's sponsor, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, for providing the opportunity to discuss this requirement for background checks and securing information technology resources. The legislature supports the intent of this measure. Performing a background check allows the entity to verify the information provided by an applicant or employee. The background check can also reveal information that was mistakenly or intentionally omitted. Conducting background checks supports a safe and secure workplace and reduces risk exposure. However, it is essential to mention that this requirement, if implemented, is just one layer of protection. Additional layers implemented through policy and third-party information technology vendors will ensure that the measure's intent is upheld while ensuring a fair recruitment and employment experience for all applicants and employees. Policy. Implementing a background check requirement comes with specific policy-based responsibilities. As a government entity, we are responsible for implementing policies with sufficient procedural protections to ensure that the results of criminal background checks are evaluated appropriately. Standard best practices for background checks are: 1, ensuring the applicant has had a chance to check the accuracy of the record before the hiring authority makes an adverse hiring decision. 2, limiting the number of people who come in contact with the applicant's record. 3, making sure that people who come in contact with the record are trained to read criminal records. And 4, allowing the applicant to present evidence of rehabilitation before a hiring decision. Ensuring that a case-by-case analysis of the facts surrounding a negative background check safeguards against disqualifying qualified professionals. Factors such as length of time from the conviction, if the applicant has satisfactorily rehabilitated themselves and can be a productive member of society, should be considered when making an adverse determination on an applicant or employee. The legislature requires that all applicants seeking employment must produce a police record from the police department, both in the state or territory where the person last resided and the state or territory where the person resides. The legislature interprets this language as an applicant who is selected for a position. Selected applicants are issued a conditional job offer, which is contingent upon satisfactory review of official records submitted, which includes a police and traffic report, and the completion of all required documents in the employment package. The legislature has also implemented E-Verify in the 34th legislature. E-Verify is a secure online service that verifies an employee's authorization to work in the United States by comparing and verifying the information on the Form I-9 with records in the Social Security Administration and the Department of Homeland Security databases. This additional background check legislation will ensure that all persons handling classified information are thoroughly and completely vetted during the hiring or employment process. Information technology. Requiring background checks for an employee who handles classified information is just one layer in an information security plan. Training is another layer, such as the establishment of an anti-phishing program. Training components include employee awareness and training, simulated attacks, and a results analysis to gain training modifications, guidance, and mitigate the risk of phishing attacks against an entity. The legislature last conducted a simulated attack in 2022. Third-party monitoring is another layer and is industry standard to reduce unauthorized information disclosure, threats from account impersonation, account takeover, malware, ransomware, and data loss. However, these safeguards come with a cost. Due to the rapidly changing nature of technology, the limited number of information technology professionals within the territory, and the cost-benefit of threat monitoring, funding for information security measures should be budgeted. I thank the Senate and the public for the opportunity to discuss Bill number 35-0086, which we support, with the policy and technology considerations outlined above. This legislation represents a forward movement towards improved information security within our government. The cost of data losses and malware attacks will far outweigh the cost of implementing background checks and further securing our data through third-party monitoring. Before I complete my testimony, I would like to thank the small but mighty Management Information System staff at the legislature, Robbie, Victoria, Tafari, Pedro, and Basil for all that you do to protect this institution. Additionally, I thank Norman, Claudette, Verna, Dorothy, and Migdalia, our human resources team, for their roles in keeping this institution safe. Both divisions play a key role in keeping systems operational so that the important work of this legislature can be accomplished. This concludes my testimony. Mr. O'Neill and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank all of you for your testimony. We will have a great discussion on this, but in the meantime, let's take a 5-minute recess. Volquez, you. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, October 10th is back on record. We just heard testimonies on the bill before us, bill number 35-0086, which is requiring background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology. We heard testimonies from Bureau of Information Technology, Virgin Islands Police Department, Vitima, Port Authority, the Water and Power Authority, and the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. At this time, we'll open the floor to a 4-minute round, and we will begin with the at-large Senator, Senator Volquez, followed by Vice Chair Fonseca, because we'll skip the good minority senator to speak last since it's his bill. Then Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator James Sr., Senator Johnson, and myself. So at this time, at-large Senator and, Senator Capehart, and then Senator Blyden. So Senator Volquez Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to Central staff. And
good morning.
Good morning to the testifying panel here this morning. The premise of this bill seeks to strengthen the conducting of background checks for specifically IT employees, which, in my opinion, is crucial for several reasons. Security, protecting company data and records and reputation of the company, legal compliance, trustworthiness, and preventing insider threats from happening, and of course, maintaining a safe work environment. Overall, conducting these background checks is a necessary step in trying to assure that the workforce, in this case the IT workforce, is trustworthy. As we continue to operate and strengthen our e-government, we must prepare for cyber crimes, cybersecurity threats, and create cybersecurity policies and a cybersecurity framework for the Virgin Islands. As we know, we're living in a technological age. I wanted to start off my line of questioning, starting with our good Commissioner, Ray Martinez. NCIC was uttered in several testimonies here this morning, and I wanted to know if you could clarify for me, Commissioner, whether NCIC criminal record checks are currently done for any employee in the VIPD, whether they're IT, regular employees, sworn-in employees, etc.
Good morning again, Senator, and thank you for that question. The NCIC checks, as I stated in my testimony, you cannot conduct NCIC check, criminal background checks, which is the gist of NCIC, for employment purposes. What occurs is that not just the VIPD, but a host of both public and private agencies require or request fingerprinting of individuals, and that system, while it goes through NCIC, it is not specific to an entire criminal investigation check as what we would conduct in the course of a criminal investigation. The fingerprints are done, they ran through the AFIS system, and if in fact it gets a hit, you'll get one of two things for employment purposes. You'll get that a report that says whether there is a hit or there was no hit on the fingerprints.
Okay, and that's done for every single employee?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that information. Mr. Bow from BIT, I apologize, I didn't state your title. Could you repeat it, your title?
Chief Technology Officer, sir.
Thank you, sir. Chief Technology Officer
1 minute.
You mentioned that the responsibility for conducting background checks should actually be placed in human resources. The government of the Virgin Islands doesn't necessarily have a human resources. However, we have a Department of Personnel, of which, unfortunately, I did not see here on our agenda today. It would have been good to have them here with us so that they could elaborate more so on the bill. But could you explain to us why you would believe that approach is more effective or efficient?
Good morning, sir. Senator Volquez, thank you for that question. So, based, like I said in my testimony, the Human Resources, the Division of Personnel would be more properly equipped to handle those sort of circumstances. They are trained in human relations and other things. So within our organization, such as BIT, we don't have the resources necessary in order to perform background checks for every IT personnel, individual, or potential applicant.
Okay, very well. But I somehow see this as a multifaceted approach.
Time.
Whereas, Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up, please. I see it more so as a Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see it more so as a multifaceted approach, whereas your suggestion to include what would be human resources could be done by the Department of Personnel. Then it moves over to the agency of jurisdiction, if we can call it that, whatever agency the individual is going to be working at, whereas they would then in turn conduct another check, maybe more so specifically along the lines of information technology in the sense of cyber-related type criminal activity, one would say. So I believe that the premise of the bill is good, and I'm hoping that we're able to hash out some of these things in order to further enhance it. And I myself have a few amendments that I would like to propose at the appropriate time. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Large Senator, and I do agree that the Division of Personnel should have been a part of this discussion. But also please note that the Division of Personnel is our Chief Human Resource Office for the central government. But obviously, we will need to work some amendments and have further discussions on this matter. Senator Johnson, you had a point of information?
Good morning to all. I wanted to ask the Police Commissioner Ray Martinez, in his testimony about the NCIC, I think he's saying that it cannot be used for employment, and if it can't, why cannot it be used to justify if someone should be hired or not?
Okay, I'll allow it this time, but the point of information should have, I mean, that question should have come when it was your time. But go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah. Again, Senator, the NCIC is we are strictly prohibited from utilizing NCIC for employment checks. The NCIC system is specific to criminal background checks and criminal investigations. Again, we utilize a portion of the system to run fingerprints through the AFIS system. Again, once the individual obtains the fingerprints and the prints are placed into the system, if in fact they obtain a hit, then that information is shared that there is a hit indicating that the individual may have a criminal background, and as such it was then be up to that agency to look further. So
if I may, you finished there, Senator Johnson? I know you're a little puzzled.
I sure am, because if I may, I can recall when I went to get a job to the federal government, I had to do an NCIC, and based on that was determined if I'm going to get that job or not. So I'm kind of confused here as to why it cannot be used if someone has a hit. So when I am doing the NCIC background check, why can't it be used to determine whether I hire this person or not?
So, and hence another reason we should have had the Division of Personnel here. Commissioner, let me see if I could clear it up this way. Now, while I understand exactly what you're saying, that NCIC cannot be used solely for employment check.
That is correct.
In our applications for employment, there's usually a part that requires a criminal record check. In this case, the NCIC is for the criminal background check.
Negative. It is not, Senator. The
Yep.
NCIC is for fingerprints and utilizing the AFIS system attached to NCIC. A criminal check would only be able to be used on the local level.
So this is why I want us to be slow now. I was using your words, and that's why I wrote it down, criminal background check. So I was trying to just show the difference between the criminal background check and a mere employment, what was it, an employment check. But I know I wrote down when you said criminal background check. So I'm asking, let me bring it local. So my office, whenever I bring on someone, I require a background check, but I'm specific to a local background check.
Correct.
And do believe that if there is anything nationally, that there will be a hit someplace, and eventually I will know. But you're saying that that portion of it you would like amended to remove the use of NCIC checks.
That's correct. Because we cannot, the FBI prohibits us from utilizing the NCIC system, which is used for criminal background checks, for us to utilize that for employment purposes.
And additionally, if we do put the onus on the division of personnel, they will certainly be unable to access the system, because the only entity that they could get through with this would be a law enforcement entity. And right now, I believe for the territory, that is possibly the police department and the AG's office, if they still have access.
And the courts. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll move to the next senator. My good Vice Chair, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair, all the listening audience, blessings to our panel. Last week I had the opportunity to attend the VI police officers swearing-in ceremony. Made me feel proud. Commissioner Ray Martinez was there, and I'm sure these were some of the candidates that had the NCIC checks, but I wanted to discuss Bill number 350086. I'm definitely in support of it. Background checks for IT personnel, etc., and all the employees that handle classified information. That's pretty good. I had a little sore throat. But I want to discuss the hackers, because identity theft is real, right? And I wanted to ask Mr. Emmanuel Ricky, right, some hints on what we can do, because with our passwords, most of us using our significant other birth date, some kind of social security number, your kids, etc., right? Names, phone numbers. And so you get this identity theft, because, there are hackers that specialize in trying to rob your identity. As a matter of fact, it had happened to me. It was a bank manager, First Bank. As a matter of fact, the First Bank had to fire him and his assistant. They had all my ID numbers, and they were stealing my money. 2 of them were fired here locally. But Mr. Emmanuel Rabi, give the public some hints on how they should set passwords. Tell us what not to do with a password so that we can prevent identity theft, because the hackers and all of this starts with us, the users, not being as resistant, etc. So give us some hints, Mr. Emmanuel.
Good morning. Good morning. Emmanuel Robbie O'Neill Jr., MIS Director, Legislature. Typical practices would be not using common names related to yourself, your family or immediate children or anything like that. Using characters like the @ sign, exclamation, different things that would not lead back to information that is openly available publicly. So your birth date, stuff like that, that would be on Facebook or Instagram or any of those public access pages. You wouldn't want to use any of that information for your passwords.
Yeah, thank you, because these passwords, boy, you got them all written down all over the place. 'Cause every so often they change and you can't even remember what it is. So if you have 3 kids, you start with the first, you go to the second and blah, 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 blah. I wanted to go to the NCIC background checks, right? The Bureau of the Bureau of Justice, they testified that the average age of a prisoner in the Bureau of Corrections, is 24 years. Remember, people commit a little thing and then they go in prison and then they be rehabilitated. So while I support this bill, I don't want it to prevent those that have committed a crime and have now been rehabilitated to not be able to get a job because they get a hit. You got a felony offense. It could have happened when you were young. So there are some amendments to this bill at the appropriate time. I will offer an amendment to ensure that we give a chance to those that have been rehabilitated in the justice system to give them a second chance. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. I like this piece of legislation. And as we continue to talk, I see where we have to make tweaks and where to clean it up to improve it. But I think the premise of it is a good one. I do appreciate some of the conversation that has been said. Specifically, one of the things I did note, and I did speak to the sponsor about, was the part about the employees paying for the background check, because I was very much concerned about that part, because when it comes to background checks, there are different types, and it depends on the type of job you're going for. There's a difference between paying for the $10 one versus one that might cost $500-600 because it's more invasive. And I don't want to be in a situation where someone might not even want to apply because they're aware of, wait a minute, I need a job. I can't afford to come up with this money to even try to get the job. So I think that area we definitely, I see where we could clean up. But some of the things I wanted to talk about had to do with the criminal background checks. When I heard my colleague speaking about a situation he had with a bank, I don't know if it was deja vu because we had the same incident, literally the same incident, and I had to challenge them. And by the time I went back, they had fired the teller. So trust me, I know. But when it comes to situations like that, if someone is already on the job and we might have missed something 15 years before, and by doing these background checks now, what are your thoughts or recommendations maybe as to how to deal with that? Because we now recognize we might have to be put inside of this bill some of the things that should or should not be done if something is a hit. What are some of your thoughts that you think could or should be done to deal with someone that you happen to find out something happened after the fact they're hired? WAPA representative can answer.
Good morning, Sabrina King-Leonce, Director of Human Resources. I think you make excellent points, and I certainly would support a periodic recertification background checks for current employees. I think that would be beneficial, in particular when you have organizations with employees that are with you for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years. You're correct. You could miss something that came up that would otherwise come up in a background check.
One of the things, when it came to speaking about the background checks, I was concerned also as to the different types of levels, whether you turn it in once you're applying versus it being done after you've narrowed down the candidate.
1 minute.
From the perspective, do you think that something could be done from both sides, depending on the type of job it is? Or from your thought process, should it only be done if someone is selected? Because for me to go through the whole process and select them, and then I find out that they've done something bad, I'm going to be upset with myself at this point to have wasted my time. So how do you keep a happy balance between the application process and the selection process? Anyone that has a thought process on that could share.
Well, I can certainly share that from WAPA's perspective, we are concerned about the costs associated with that, and which I discussed in my testimony. We get so many applicants every year. If we were to invoke background checks on all those applicants, it would be a burden to the organization. So we recommend only the candidates that have been selected, and it certainly could extend to your top candidates. We typically will have identified a top 2 in consideration, and so if one were to not have a satisfactory result, we could default to the second candidate. Exactly.
Okay, I heard my time call, so I will continue to listen and gather information, but definitely I like the legislation, and I could see where we could amend it to maximize what it's trying to do. So I'm going to look forward to listening to the conversation and then make a final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next up, Senator Javon James Sr. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all. Good morning to all the testifiers. I'd like to start my line of question with WAPA, Ms. Sabrina King. You spoke in page 6, the bottom last paragraph, in regards to the TWIC cards and some of your employees. I'd like to find out a couple questions on that. How many of your employees got that TWIC card? Also, if WAPA paid for it, for the TWIC cards for the employees?
Good morning, Sabrina King-Leon's Director of Human Resources. I'm not exactly sure how many of our employees have a TWIC card. I can gather that information and get back to you, but yes, we do pay for that.
Okay, thank you. And I have an overall question for all agencies that are sitting there. Has any agency received any breach of confidentiality within the past 3 to 5 years? And I could start with Director Josh in here on St. Croix, and then all the other agency could answer.
So, Senator Director Joshton, so you're asking about a breach of confidentiality as far as information breaches?
Yes.
For Vitima, not that I'm aware of, sir.
Thank you. On the island of St. Thomas, starts from left to right.
Good day, legislature. No, we have not.
In the VIPD, I'm not certain if we have not.
Hi, good morning. BIT, none that I am aware of.
Hey, good morning. From WAPA's perspective, we ourselves have not been affected by any breach. One of our software vendors did have a breach several years ago, but none of our information was stored with them.
Can you expound a bit on that for me, please, WAPA?
This goes back to our credit card processor. This was, I don't remember how many years ago, but it was several years ago where there was a 0-day, a 0-day flaw in their credit card processing where customers that were entering one-time payments on the website, the credit cards were scammed, basically. They did provide, and with them and WAPA, we provided the credit monitoring for several years, or once we had notified all the customers and that were affected and provided the credit monitoring for those customers.
And I think we have one more agency, Port Authority.
For Port Authority, no, we have not.
And I'd like to go back to WAPA. Could you share any statistics or data on the success rate of candidates passing background checks and being hired by WAPA?
1 minute.
Good morning, Sabrina King-Leon's Director of Human Resources. I don't have exact numbers for you, but I can share that I think on an annual basis, we may get 3 to 4 candidates with concerning background checks. We vet that with our legal department and then make a final determination as to whatever red flagged in the background check, if that would disqualify them for employment. It doesn't happen super often, but it has come up from time to time.
Thank you. And I think if my time haven't been called, I'd like to ask Commissioner Ray Martinez, you mentioned that the proposed legislation appears overbroad in its referral to classified information. Could you provide some examples of what might be considered overbroad or unclear in the bill definition of confidential information?
Well, again, Senator, I can't provide you with examples of it, but I can tell you that just the basic reading of the legislation, when it speaks to confidential information, there's certain tiers and levels of confidential information. As such, I think that it just needs to be refined as to what that confidential information is.
When you say refine in more details as far as the confidential information?
Streamline regarding the definition of what confidential information the legislation speaks to.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Senator James is here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Commissioner Ray Martinez, nice to see you down here. Been a while. My question to you, as far as the real ID system, how is that up and running? Because I know there were some complaints in other jurisdictions regarding our license, VI license being able to be read.
Yeah, I cannot speak to that. That would be the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Senator. I couldn't speak to the real ID system.
But do you correspond with them or work with them in any way, shape, or form, since it helps you guys with crime?
The real ID system at this juncture, no. It's nothing more to us than just another form of identification. There's no way for us at present to take a look at the real ID. We just utilize it to identify those individuals.
And based on your knowledge and your understanding with the real ID, if the person is in the system, you can have an idea of their background or things that they're wanted for in other jurisdictions, right?
That would be correct based on my understanding. However, what we utilize is, in fact, for those, again, those are in criminal investigative stops, would be an NCIC check, not the real ID system.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for placing that on the record, because the Virgin Islands is really nice. Because you could do a crime in the States, come down to the U.S. Virgin Islands and hide out, and depending on how good you are, you could behave yourself and stay under the radar for 7 years. And by the time you know it, all the time you've been working with somebody who did some major shooting in some state like Delaware, New York. So pressure is right, Virgin Islands is nice. So I'm happy to see that we have a bill of this nature. I understand that there are some recommendations as far as amendments, but I am surprised. I really thought this was already in place. I can speak to my experience when I was in the Air Force. I came into the Air Force as a firefighter, and one of the requirements that had to be met, I had to have a security clearance because I had access to files. If I out a fire, I would have to go into buildings and aircrafts with technology out of this world. So I say all this to say, whatever is the consensus of this committee to vote on this measure, let's just make sure that we take into consideration the recommendations of the Commissioner for VIPD, because we trust him with his expertise. And as far as your legal counsel, VIPD, I'm assuming you had an opportunity for your legal counsel to review this measure before us?
We did, Senator, yes.
Okay, so your testimony is based off of your expertise and knowledge and that of your legal counsel?
With the advice of my legal counsel, yes.
All right, colleagues, this is a no-brainer. We confirmed the Commissioner for VIPD, and we told the people of the Virgin Islands that we trust him. And here we are, and he's making recommendations. These are the subject matter experts. I'm not a police officer. We have several law enforcement officers in the Senate. So hopefully by the time this bill reaches to the full body, we can have a bill where all 15 or most of us can vote on it. But my question to the Water and Power Authority, do you have internal policies, in absence of the bill that we have here, do you have internal policies that speaks to what this bill is trying to accomplish here today?
Good morning, Sabrina King-Leon's Director of Human Resources. As a part of our employment process, we require that all selected candidates, successfully selected candidates, submit to satisfactory background checks, reference checks, drug tests prior to beginning employment with the authority.
Okay, my time was called. I don't want to abuse it. Thank you for placing that on the record. To the sponsor of this measure, I understand your intent. Just take into consideration the recommendations that were made, and let's do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Point of information, Senator Bolkes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask a point of information, a question directly to Director Joshin.
Through the chair.
Through the chair, please. It's a two-tiered question. Director Joshin, are you familiar with the Fusion Center?
Yes, Senator, at the local level, yes.
Very well. Now, we just heard that there is sort of what we would consider a stop with the NCIC concerning the capacity of how we would be able to utilize it based on how we would like to use it in the bill. I did some research and I see that the Fusion Center also conducts background checks. Is that accurate?
Senator, as far as Vitima's role, I'm not aware that we're doing background checks specifically for employment purposes.
Okay, I'm looking at a document here. I might have to forward it to you concerning all of the IT programs under the Department of Justice, which the Fusion Center happens to be one of them. And one of the responsibilities is also to conduct background checks. So I think perhaps we could look at that and see if it's something that can be done. And in the effect that it could be done, we can replace NCIC with the Fusion Center if it's something that's, what's the word, for the lack of a better word, that the federal government would let us do in the instance of utilizing it in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Bolkes. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, those who are listening and viewing, and to our testifiers here before us today. Good afternoon. My first question is for Commissioner Martinez. Because being the committee of the chairperson for Rules and Judiciary, I got, what should I say, that I was aware now that there was an issue with FBI dashboard, which, you know, we have to do our own internal background checks. So I wanted to find out, is the FBI dashboard, is that still currently down? Can you please?
Senator, to the best of my knowledge, that dashboard is back up and should be running. I know that you do have a number of individuals who, again, whose prints through the AFIS system are for their backgrounds for your committee are still pending, and I do believe the system is back up online.
Okay, that's great. So for the listening and viewing audience, can you even explain what that FBI dashboard is and how it affects us as a territory with your department, where individuals go to your department to get background checks also?
Yeah. Thank you. And Senator, I appreciate the question because I think it goes hand in hand with the question that Senator Johnson was asking. First of all, the NCIC system and the manner in which we can utilize it on a local level is different to the way that it can be utilized on a federal level. Now, again, in my testimony, maybe I should have made it clear. For state level agencies such as the VIPD, we cannot utilize the NCIC system for employment purposes. I cannot speak to on the federal level, but again, they do utilize it on a much different level than we do. So what occurs now with for instance, with your committee, when you request a background check on someone, the VIPD does not perform that background check. What the VIPD does is the individual comes in, they take their prints, and the prints are uploaded through the FBI dashboard, through the AFIS system. And again, it's run through the system to ensure that this individual doesn't have any arrests or anything of the sort. If in fact, again, there is a hit, then it comes back. We don't necessarily come and would not come to the legislature, to your committee, to tell you, well, this individual has been arrested for X, Y, and Z, or prosecuted for X, Y, and Z. What we would come back from with our responses would be that there is a hit on this individual's prints. And then, of course, it would be up to you and to your committee to further your investigation in utilizing whatever background informational systems that the legislature would be utilizing.
Well, thank you so much, Commissioner, for giving that whole explanation, because I wanted to then ask you about the difference of the state and local, FBI checks. So thank you for that. I just wanted to say, I'm not in this committee, but I understand the intent of this legislation. I think background checks should be done for all individuals who are entering into government, whether it's a semi-autonomous agency, government department, because and leave it up to that department to make that discussion for whatever findings they have. Because even individuals who may have committed a crime, could have been rehabilitated, and they are ready to come back into the work environment. So thank you, Commissioner, for that information. I'm glad to hear that dashboard is back up.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Vice President Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon, testifiers. And thank you guys for your testimonies. First, I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this measure forward. I know there are many amendments that's going to be added based on the conversation, but nonetheless, the intent is on point. Because the bill amends Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology agencies that have data centers and any employee who handles classified information. Well, I don't want to sound repetitive because we're all on the same page, and all of the different agencies do agree that they support this piece of legislation. But let me ask Commissioner Martinez, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. Hodge, Corel Hodge, in respect to one of my colleagues who asked in respect to an amendment that he's also bringing when it comes to second chance legislation. I know we have been, since the 31st legislature, we have been bringing a lot of second chance legislation to allow individuals who fell through the cracks, some when they were younger, and now they're at an age where they have contributed toward the community and are doing everything that they're supposed to do, and not have them being punished moving forward and become part of the community. Let me ask you, Commissioner Martinez, first, in respect to getting a hit for an individual, say, who's applying to become a peace officer. They were probably 18 at the time, 16, and they have done everything right since then. They're about 35, 40 years of age. What's your take on that, and how do you deal with those type of situations? And then I'm going to go to Ms. Hodge.
Well, Senator, the individual is disapproved, is disqualified from entering any of our law enforcement classes. They're disapproved early on in the process. Like WAPA, the background check is done, for us at least, extremely early. And so that's how we disqualify a number of the candidates, is through the negative background checks. So, again, if the Senate were to have some type of legislation on the book that requires us to provide a second chance, then of course, I would not be able to sit here and say, no, we're not going to do that. We'd have to follow the legislation. But at this present time, the individual is in fact disqualified regardless of their age. It's just that once they became adults and had that blemish on their record, it disqualifies them throughout the process with the IPD.
Thank you for that, Ms. Hodge.
I agree. I believe this legislature has discussed ban the box before, and that is something that is very important and critical, especially as us being government agencies. We have to believe in the fact that persons can be rehabilitated through our criminal justice system, because that is what we say that criminal justice is all about. So we, as government agencies, I believe, need to fully support that. So that is why in my testimony, I explained the case-by-case analysis and the factors that should be considered when there is a negative information retrieved in the background process.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses. I just want to add, though, in respect to that statement and my concern, when I was managing the housing authority, I had an employee, one of my best employees, had a major issue in respect to, which is we were managed by the federal government, HUD, and he had a major issue because he had a situation when he was 17 years of age. At the time, he was about 50 years of age working under my tutelage in the maintenance department, and we had major issues in turning units and providing housing for individuals.
Time was called, but you may
conclude.
Yes.
Thank you. And I had to fight on behalf of the employee with FIHA and the board in particular with this individual. And we basically, like you said, we had a policy change because that didn't make any sense in my opinion. This was a model employee who basically trained most of my other employees and did it the right way. So I hear you, and that's why second chance legislation that we do in this body means so much moving forward. And thank you so much for your responses. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Not a problem. As long as you request, it's acknowledged. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. If I said Vice Chair earlier, I apologize. I don't mean to take the responsibility from my able Vice Chair. The measure before us, 35-0086, is not even questionable whether or not we need this in the Virgin Islands government. I wholeheartedly support the intent. However, as we've heard through the testimonies and the discussions, it needs much tweaking and amendments, and I'm hopeful that we're able to do that within this respective committee. As I sat here, and listening to the discussion, just so that I don't have to be redundant with anything that was said before, I was just sitting here and trying to think back on all the things that I went through as an individual going into the local government, and then more recently into the federal government. So I could remember about 8 steps in the federal hiring process, and the first 6 were crucial to what we're discussing here today. Which step 1, we will all know that it's to apply for the job. And a key missing component here today is the division of personnel. So for the next go around, because we will need to, I'm hoping that the bill sponsor will be able to have a discussion and we can agree that the matter needs further discussing. especially with the division of personnel, so that they can understand their role as well. So again, step one would be the application to apply. Step two would be the actual review by the HR specialist, which in this case is our division of personnel, should be the division of personnel. And again, today's discussion is all about confidentiality, really, and managing information. So this information should be managed at one central location. That one central location will be the division of personnel. While WAPA don't go through the division of personnel, remember their concern often mentioned here was cost as well. Step three is the referral of the application, which will be forwarded to the hiring manager once they deem the application, the applicant to be qualified to move on. So if they apply to police or they apply to health or education, if their qualifications don't meet the mustard, you don't even go to the department. And then step four, you have the selection and the tentative offer. Again, my personal staff will tell you they get tentative offer and then a final offer. And I do these in writing. I have been asked before, a couple years ago, you think this is a federal government or something? I like how they operate, and I operated just like that in my office. I want to know who I'm working with. Again, at the step four, the offer is tentative, pending what is called a preliminary background background check. Now, at step five, they will do the background check, and as part of the preliminary background check, you will be at that point. Step five now is when you'll be fingerprinted and asked to complete the forms for a full background investigation. And then at step six is where the final offer comes in. And if you pass the preliminary background, then it's at that point where you have a full-blown background investigation versus a background check. Two different things, two different levels. I believe law enforcement here can agree that the check is more preliminary, whereas once you get into the investigation is a bit more in-depth. So with all the discussions that we're having, this is why it's crucial for us to have the division of personnel with us to be part of this discussion. So again, to the bill sponsor, I am wholeheartedly for this. As a matter of fact, I don't even believe it should just be for IT individuals and people doing just particular things. It should be across the board. But again, let's agree to disagree that we need further discussion on this, and at the appropriate time we could have this discussion. At this time, I will recognize the presence of our esteemed Senate President, Novalie Francis, who is in the St. Croix chambers, and recognize him for his 4 minutes. Senate President Francis.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to likewise commend the bill sponsor for this particular piece of legislation, and while there is some additional work to be done to it, I think it's the right step forward in respect to it. I want to say that the Virgin Islands is nice, but we don't want no criminals think that they could hide out in the Virgin Islands. I have a duty and responsibility to say that we do extradite, we issue warrants, we pick up UFAP, unlawful flight to avoid prosecution or whatever. So if you come here as a criminal, be aware that there will be some effort at some point to make sure that you're arrested and sent back to wherever you may have come from. In respect to the background check, and I heard a lot of the conversation in respect to this, and there are some questions in regards to the NCIC, the National Criminal Investigation Center, and that center was created for the purpose of conducting criminal investigation for support of law enforcement agencies or similar. Certainly, the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office, also have some access to the NCIC. But there is a number of entities, private entities that provide for criminal background check. And I don't want to advertise for them, but certainly when you look at Sentry, when you look at CheckR, Accurate Access, there's a number of entities that allow for the criminal record check to be done. So I don't want us to think here that it's the sole responsibility of the Virgin Islands Police Department or access to the NCIC to allow for the access for criminal background check. Is that correct, Police Commissioner Martinez?
That is correct, Senator. As a matter of fact, the VIPD, as a part of our background checks and our background investigations into our employees and applicants, we actually utilize 2 third-party companies for those checks as well, to assist with those checks as well.
Yeah. So I think, again, it's the right step. I want to commend all of the testifiers for your thought-provoking information that you provided here today. And I think ultimately what we're trying to seek here, again, that there's some confidentiality, there's some protection of the information that you're exposed to, and that in fact we're hiring the right individuals for these jobs. And I think I saw where in someone's testimony that it did in fact mention that despite bringing someone on board, perhaps it's on a probationary basis or on a temporary basis until such time as a thorough background check could be done. A lot of times, years later, it don't necessarily have to be within that year, but years later, there's something that may pop up to actually nudge an employer that, in fact, that employee may have had some breach of confidentiality or some breach with the law that will necessitate them being separated from that entity. So I'm in full support of this piece of legislation. Again, all of the recommendations, suggestions have been made to certainly strengthen it. I think it's a step in the right direction so that we could have a well-refined piece of legislation. So, that is my take on this particular issue, and I thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senate President Francis. Bill sponsor, Minority Leader Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had some great conversations and information put out, and I will take all the information that was put out in testimony. I don't have a problem doing an amendment to put in what needs to be put in. My colleagues could bring any amendments to enhance the bill. But the amendment that I have is to allow for a 7-year period, and then to define, like I say, confidentiality and different things like that in definitions. But the intent for think global, act local, I don't go that all the way. NCIC was strictly for criminal background checks. A lot of people use them for employment, whereas in the conversation, in the testimony from Ms. Regina Peterson, the administrator of the court, she went on to state that additionally, as a condition of employment within the judicial branch, all prospective hires are informed throughout the employment process that employment with the branch is contingent upon a successful or otherwise positive background check. More specifically, the background investigation is conducted through the Virgin Islands Police Department as the principal operator of the territory of the National Crime Information Center, NCIC system. So it's twofold. It's criminal checks, and then there's employment checks. One, for everyone, are we considering them the same thing? So whereas PD is contingent on PD to determine the employment for you, or are you doing it separately? So I'd like to ask the legislative branch.
So currently, we use the police report and traffic report process through the Virgin Islands Police Department. For a full background check, we would have to use a third-party background check provider. That would not be the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Okay, so whatever the department, okay, so basically for BIT, WAPA, Port Authority also? Well, I get back to you, Commissioner, but for BIT, like that.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for the question. For BIT, I'm not really fully aware of the entire background process, but I do know that we ask for a local, at least background check for the individuals and any future applicant.
Wait, say again. You're asking me if I was saying it?
No.
Okay, you're just telling me you're not, well, basically you're not familiar with it.
Yeah.
So for WAPA, is it combined or is it one versus the other?
Sabrina King-Leon's Director of Human Resources for the Authority. It's combined.
Okay, criminal and background for WAPA, for Port Authority.
Marisa Turnbull Smith for the Virgin Islands Port Authority. For the Port Authority, we are conducting what we call a criminal history records check. It's a CHRC.
Okay.
That is conducted through our DAC, which is the Transportation Security Clearinghouse, and then our results, it's sent off to, it's a combination of several things. It's a FBI background check. It's also a security threat assessment, or what we call a STA. So this is going through different watch lists, and as well as the FBI background check. We get our results back through a dashboard that's run by the FBI. Okay. In addition to, once we enroll these individuals by a digital fingerprint, they are constantly monitored until we tell them not to. So they're also enrolled in what they call the Wrap Back program that the FBI has implemented in 2014, and therefore they're constantly monitored. So for example, if there's someone who was arrested today, we get a hit to let us know that this person who is enrolled, that's under our employment, or even under one of our tenants' employees at the airport, we would get a hit, and we will know that they were arrested, and there maybe have been a disqualifying offense for them to be able to be in continued employment.
Okay, I think really to wrap up the amendment process, I think rather than adding all the amendments to the bill, because the bill basically speaks to where it shall be conduct a criminal background check. I think then each department will promulgate their own rules as to what they do. That was the intent was for each department to promulgate the rules, but the basis of it is in law it states you have to have that criminal background check as a part of hiring your employees. And I think that would probably, rather than we trying to put in every part of an amendment to fix and address, it would basically be each department, you're responsible for your promulgation of your rules and your hiring of individuals. Now, in closing, I would like to put where basically, to Chief Bow.
Time.
Would you hire someone who pled guilty to fraud in your IT division?
Thank you for the question, Senator Marco, Chief Technology Officer. So I think within every organization, they assume a form of risk. We spoke here about individuals being rehabilitated if they've encountered some sort of infraction with the law or anything like that. I think we have different levels in which we have to understand what the position entails and what level of security we want to be able to give that person. If it's something where it comes to fraud, depending on the level of the infraction.
If you speak far from the mic, they're going to be tempted to turn it up, and that's creating the feedback. So speak into the mic.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, come closer. Right.
This way.
Right.
Thank you. So something with fraud, I think it be left on the discretion of the agency itself. That's how I would put it, sir.
Okay. And again, like I say, I think the promulgation of the rules If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair.
You may.
Yes, so, and the promulgation of rules for the departments is what it is. I think we should go along that lines. But I think the intent of the bill is strictly for that, for us to get serious and let people know, one, we're not playing games. And in closing, that's why I also put in a 7-year window in my amendment regarding how far back you go. And I went with the federal standards. In regards to personnel, I did speak to personnel, and based on a conversation with personnel in terms of the amount of background checks and them not having the capacity to be able to conduct them, it was an issue why I didn't bring personnel. But that's something we could always follow up on. And in closing, Director Joshin, you mentioned FCRA. Could you just clarify as to what the FCRA is on the chair's time? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. And I ask for support from my colleagues in addressing this bill and moving it forward to rules. If we have to make any amendments, we could address it then.
Senator, this is Director Joshin. FCRA stands for the Fair Credit Reporting Act. It has to do with your financial aspects to making sure anything that's found is reported and shared.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. And that was a loaded question asked to the BIT gentleman, because, I mean, we got so much types of frauds. And, you know, to be specific for him, I mean, what I would have been clear with is that you're not going to hire a convicted thief to be in charge of your finances. That's for sure. So, you know, we got to get more direct. And I must say we're going to have the conversation, but I as chairman, I'm not comfortable in voting on this today to move it out of committee to the rules for all these amendments, because this needs significant amendments, and it would need more conversation. And I must say that the conversation has been really good. More information got out here. I don't usually be checking my phone and whatnot during a hearing and whatnot, but a lot of the information coming in from my staff through messages on my phone and whatnot, people are looking at this hearing and liking the conversation. And I agree with some of what I'm seeing too, that I do agree in second chance wholeheartedly. I have asked legal counsel to check that, but I think that we do have that on our books for second chance. So it's not that we're trying to lock people out of employment, because I so wish that this government can hire people. I am so sick and tired of reviewing a budget and seeing over 100 funded vacancies and we can't get people hired, and so much people out there looking for jobs. Totally insane to me. So we got to get cracking, but at the same time, we're not just looking for quantity. When I served on the police review board, I had one individual say, man, we can't have you on the board too long because leave it up to you, we ain't gonna have no police. But the problem was, while they were looking for quantity, I was looking for quality. And that is important. So we don't want to cut our nose to spite our faces either. At this time, is there any other burning question before we take a recess? Point of information, bill sponsor, Senator DeGraff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what really triggered this whole thing for me was from 2021. We're now in 2023. I don't chair any committees. I couldn't get a bill into any committee. But you know, there was an article that came out in the papers, which we had BIT that came before us, where there was an issue. And the article just said senators expressed concern after BIT hires man who pled guilty to identity fraud as chief information officer. I have a military background in communication. I was a police. And, you know, when I see something like that from 2021, I had this bill in to try being addressed. Great information has come out today. But for me to hold the bill to decide for us to fix it, like I say, I think the fix for the bill is to put a promulgation of the rules of how it should be the hiring on the level of the branches of government. That's why we have the branches of government be done by the department versus holding up the bill to put in specific things, which when we put in specific things in the law, I think causes the major problem. Let that be on the department's part. Let it be the law that, hey, it has to be done. And we move it forward. So like I say, I've been waiting 2 years to get this bill heard. I don't want another 2 years to pass. But I've heard from all branches of government, which is what I was the intent of having. So that's basically, I just wanted to get that on the record in terms of holding the bill. I understand when you try to fix and we hold something in committee to get it done properly. But I think the promulgation of the rules, senators bring what amendments they have, the bill move forward, we keep on track. So I don't waste any more years in terms of having this get through before it should be gotten through. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, and I can assure you as chairman of this committee that this bill will not linger to that magnitude that you're talking about. The bill is an important piece of legislation, but I am not in support of just shuttling it through until we could get the proper amendments done. I too am concerned about the information that you just read in with the hire of that individual at that level in government. And that's not even, my recollection is correct, that's not even a low-level employee. So that should have been handled from the higher-ups in this government before they bring on someone like that. And that's why I spoke about quantity versus quality. You know, when we're looking for quality, we have to take our time and do what we have to do. Older folks often say, hurry dog, eat raw meat. And that's exactly what took place. At this time, the committee will take a 3-minute recess. Those of you on St. Croix, stand by for a conference call. Committee will be on recess 3 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023 is back on record. Do I hear a motion at this time? Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles classified information be held in this committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Well, I almost wanted to second myself. Probably moved by Senator DeGraff, second by Senators Heiliger and Fonseca. Roll call.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Yay. Senator Boquez, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator Javon E. James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yay. Mr. Chairman, you have 7 members voting yay.
Thank you. Bill number 35-0086, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles classified information has been successfully held in this committee at the call of the chair. Point of personal privilege. Senator DeGraff, you recognize?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, I don't normally hold my bills. I'll go around fighting. But I think that the information that was put out here, and especially where I had the different branches of government, after in consultation with my colleagues and everything, we agreed to do a working meeting, as the chair mentioned, within the next couple of days. If you're going to tell me months, I'm going to the end, I fighting it out. But we have word we could get the committee together next couple of days. We fix the bill. We bring back the best process or the best form of a bill for the people. And since I've done it before with a credit card bill, where we got together and we fixed it, so I am all in favor of that. That's why I chose to hold my bill. So I ain't getting soft. I just going to the better side of, what makes sense. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. That's how we work together, right? But I think I need to let you know, even if you didn't hold the bill, we'd hold it for you. So, majority rule. However, let me say, and that was just for a light moment, all right? I work very good with my colleagues on the other side. So the next month's committee meeting that is, we will do our best to work on this piece of legislation so that we can come up with an amendment in the nature of a substitute. I'm hopeful that the Division of Personnel was paying attention to today's hearing, and if not, we will call them and ask them to actually review this. As a matter of fact, I'm saying on record, and I will ask, send correspondence to our media services to make sure that we have a crop of this particular block so that we can send to the Division of Personnel, have them review, and be able to speak with us before we get back on camera again so that we can have a proper discussion, come up with some amicable solutions, and not be oil and water at the next hearing. And me using the scenario of oil and water, not that it was a negative today. Again, the information was very good coming out. I actually feel like the government getting someplace finally. with making sure we know who we're playing in the sandbox with, especially when it comes to people's personal information. The executive director of the legislature could tell you just the other day when they called me to ask me for my driver's license again, I was very annoyed in giving the same information over and over and over. I bond St. Croix, and I will be bond St. Croix until I die. My date of birth is June 3rd, 1971. It will remain that until I die. My social security number I will not reveal, but it will stay the same as well. So stop asking me for the same information over and over. It's the same thing when I go to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and they ask you for all these information and they said just one time, because we're transferring over to the real ID, we're not going to ask you again. And then when you go back again, they ask you for the same information. For what? So I'm just saying, it aggravates, it annoys, and we just want to make sure that we know who we're playing in the sandbox with. So on that note, Mr. Minority Leader, I assure you that we will put our heads together and make a movement on this. Thank you all so much for your testimony. I will give each entity 30 seconds just to put your close out on the record, and then we will take a quick break for lunch. Starting with the Port Authority, whomever wants to do the closeout. The chief like to push you forward to do the beginning and the closing.
Thank you again for recognizing us. We would like to thank you for the invitation today.
Put your name on the record again.
Sorry, Marisa Turnbull Smith, the Airport Security Coordinator and Administrative Officer for the Police Division of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, St. Thomas, St. John District. I am pleased to have been invited here today. We are in support of the bill as we are already have our own measures in order to complete background checks of all of our employees at the Virgin Islands Port Authority. And we will welcome any further invitation if more information is needed to be relayed to you from this entity.
Thank you so much. And if they didn't know, the world gonna know today. That's my cousin. That's my Tatola breed. Next, WAPA.
Brina King-Leon's Director of Human Resources, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Thank you, Chairman Gittins and honorable members of the Senate for granting us the opportunity to testify today before the 35th Legislature. We commend your efforts and support the bill being proposed. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Human Resources team at WAPA for their diligent work in consistently conducting background checks and ensuring the integrity of our pre-employment process. Special thanks to our IT department for their commitment to cybersecurity and safeguarding our information. And lastly, we appreciate the entire WAPA family for their unwavering dedication to the community.
And thank you, WAPA, for participating. I must say that we do see a little progress. The progress is slow, but I'm hoping that we can move towards that better end of a brighter day, seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and of course not believing that it will be an oncoming train. Just step up the whatever you're doing so that we can reduce this alternating power all the time. Thank you for that. BIT.
Good afternoon. Mark Bow, Chief Technology Officer, Bureau of Information Technology. On behalf of the Bureau of Information Technology, I'd like to thank you, Chairman Gittins, as well as the 35th Legislature for giving us this opportunity to testify on this bill. We look forward to working with all parties moving forward on an amicable solution in terms of background checks and preserving the data and integrity of the government assets. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner? And do me a favor now. Fix your face, man. You're in a friendly place.
I ain't got a friendly face. You're here all day. But again, Mr. Chair, thank you for having invited the VIPD. We're grateful for the opportunity, not just to provide our stance, but also to just provide an overview of what the NCIC system and what background investigations incur from the VIPD standpoint. And I'm grateful to the committee for having placed this legislation on hold for the time being. And so what we're going to do from the VIPD is I'm going to provide a copy of the MOU between the FBI and VIPD that provides the impetus for just how we operate the NCIC system, because I think it would go a long way in advising this committee and the members of this body as to what can and can be asked of the NCIC system. Again, thank you for having us today.
And thank you for that. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be here for this discussion. As I've always said too, we do send the invitations to the agency head, but it's not all the time that the agency head, him or herself, needs to be here. They could send a subject matter expert. In this case, you found it important enough for these three topics to be here today, and I appreciate that. One of the things, again, we need to make sure we point out in the bill is the background check versus background investigation. And thank you for at least looking to reach out to do a MOU with them. Remember, I spoke about that, the steps in the hiring process for the federal government, and it is not until up about step 5 is when you actually get into now actually fingerprinting the individual to do the full background investigation. So hopefully we'll get to that point. Next.
I thank the committee and bill sponsor for the opportunity.
And your name is?
Correll Sheridan, Executive Director, Legislature. I thank you and the bill sponsor for the opportunity to testify on this bill and your careful consideration of all the points that have been made today. I also thank Mr. O'Neill for appearing with me, and thank you for apprising me at the start of the 35th about the additional third-party monitoring systems. That information helped me quickly, competently, and confidently prepare this testimony. Further, because you brought it up, I must thank all legislature drivers for providing their updated driver's license expiration date every 5 years when their old expires.
I'll leave it alone. Thank you. Thank you. And that was Executive Director Curel Sheridan, Esquire, by the way. Thank you all for your testimony here today. Thank you too, Mr. O'Neill. I know you're the go-to person. Mr. Joshin, Director Joshin, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittens. From Fatima's perspective, I think the importance in this bill is understanding the keys of the kingdom, digital kingdom, so to speak, with the individual with access to databases. This is not just all employees. So I think the importance is we recognize the uniqueness of individuals who have in key positions, that they look at vetting those individuals very differently than normal all employees. So thank you for the opportunity for Fatima to present today with other presenters, and look for further discussion for this bill, sir.
Thank you. And again, the committee will work on this together, holding one head to try to do an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Legal counsel, I'm putting you guys on notice that we'll be coming to meet with you all, and we will share the finished product with each of you that's here and asking for your participation. Again, we'll ask you to review what we have come up with. And just note, put it on your calendar that the next committee hearing date, I believe, is November 9th for us. And St. Johnians, we're coming. The next hearing will be on St. John. So those of you here, I'm asking you to please clear your calendars for that date. This is a very important bill. And Division of Personnel, we would like you to also be in attendance. November 9th, I believe it is. And of course, you'll get timely notice on that. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023 is on recess for the next, will return at 1:35. The correct time right now is 1:13. We will return at 1:35. We're on recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public... It's on. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023 is back on record. Madam Clerk, please read Block 2 again into the record. Just Block 2.
Block 2, Bill number 35-0127, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 8-9, relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders. Sponsored by Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Invited testifiers, Mr. Ray Martinez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department, Ms. Ariel K. Smith, Attorney General, Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Mr. Darrell George, Director, Fire Emergency Medical Services, Mr. Liston Thomas, President, St. Thomas Rescue. Bill number 35-0131, relating to an act amending Title 3, VIC, Chapter 15, to establish a real crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department, sponsored by Senator Diane Capehart. Invited testifiers, Mr. Ray Martinez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department, Mr. Darrell Joshin, Director, VITEMA, Mr. Rupert Ross, Director, Bureau of Information Technology. Mr. Chairman, that is Block 2.
Thank you. My bad. I just realized that we have these two in the same block. Colleagues, I suggest that we discuss these two bills one at a time, as they are really important bills. If there's any objections, let me know. Do I hear a motion? If not, at the call of the chair, I'm separating the two. I'm just saying, is there any objections to it? Hearing none, so order, we will separate these two bills. And 35-0127 is what we will be discussing at this time. That's the act relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders. Who speaks to this bill? Mr. Vice President, Senator Blyden, you're recognized for the introduction of Bill number 35-0127.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Of course, Bill number 35-0127, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders, sponsored by myself and Senator DeGraff. It is bad enough to be a victim of a violent crime or an accident, or to be a loved one of someone who has suffered such a tragic fate. But to have bloody and gruesome pictures and images of the crime scene or accident scene to be spread all over social media is another thing, particularly when the photos are spread by the people who are responsible for securing and protecting the victims and the scene of the crime or accident. The sense of violation that the family experiences can only be fully understood by those who have lived through the experience. And that is what this bill does. Bill number 35-0127. When it comes to invasion of privacy of accident crime by victims by first responders, I must say that Mr. Smith, better known as Boots, who used to play for Jamban, when he met his tragic fate and the images that were spread around this territory, a young man came to me, one of his better friends, came to me and really was, he was in a situation where he came to my office and we had a conversation, and I promised him at that time I would try to bring up legislation after doing research to prevent this from happening in the future. I know it has been some time since then, but this bill has been in the drafting stage for some time. And this bill which has also been adopted in New Jersey and California and other jurisdictions, seeks to address the intersection between the private rights of crime and accident victims and the advent of social media. Far too many times, Virgin Islanders have been subjected to gruesome images and videos of crime and accident victims, often before the next of kin has even gotten a chance to be notified by authorities. Imagine strolling through your Facebook feed and being confronted with pictures of your son, your daughter, your brother, your sister, lying dead or mangled in the streets. And this is the first time you learn of such tragedy. Decency forbids me from showing some of the many haunting photos that have assaulted our eyes and our minds over the years. But I am sure some of the images are buried into your brains like they are in mine. So like other lawmakers in other states, we looked for ways to halt or at least limit the awful occurrence. And I know as I looked through the testimonies, I saw the testimony of our commissioner, the police commissioner, who expressed his opinion that the penalties in this measure are too light, and that other options should be available to charge violators with a felony, which generally carries at least a one-year jail term. I am open to this argument, but I want to make 2 points. The first is that I am reluctant to have a first responder put in jail for an action which any citizen who is not a first responder can carry out legally and without consequences. And the second is that this measure is not as light or as light-handed as it seems, because it explicitly creates a civil liability to the person whose image was taken and disclosed. And as such, a violator may lose much more than a lawsuit, which is just a $1,000 fine by law. But the case I can remember vividly is the O.J. Simpson case, in which comes to my mind. So they will have to pay much more if they are taken to court by the individual. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. The latter of your introduction really excited me. And this, too, is going to be a good discussion. The 3 testifiers of the 4 that is supposed to be here, we have the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, we have the Attorney General for the Department of Justice, and we also have the Assistant Director of VI Fire Emergency Medical Services here, and a no-show is St. Thomas Rescue. We won't hold your funding because we still need your assistance out there, but just know that we're disappointed that you're not here. Let me do a mic check, starting from the Assistant Director moving to the Police Commissioner, please.
Antonio Stevens, Assistant Director of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Good afternoon, Ariel Smith, Virgin Islands Department of Justice Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Ray Martinez, Police Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And at this time, we will begin with the testimonies on Bill 35-0127, the bill amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders. Senator, I'm demoting you right now. Commissioner, the police, you recognize?
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, committee members, members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, members of my executive team, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Ray A. Martinez, Police Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Thank you for providing my team and I the opportunity to testify on Bill number 35-0127, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders. Chairperson Giddens, the VIPD cautiously supports this measure, but will yield to the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands for further guidance and testimony. VIPD, however, does not take the forbidden dissemination of information lightly. To that end, it is a violation of VIPD's policies and procedures to obtain and disclose crime and accident scenes or victim information without a legitimate law enforcement purpose. Policy violations can lead to discipline up to and including termination. This bill appears light-handed, Senators. If the intent is to serve as a deterrent for illegally sharing sensitive crime or victim information, then the penalty should not solely be a misdemeanor punishable by a fine. Based upon the egregiousness of the act, the ability to charge the action as a felony should be available. Senator Giddens, thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on Bill number 35-0127. I stand ready to answer your questions.
Quite concise, huh? Thank you. Next, AG, Attorney General Smith, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Gittens, members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, legislative staff, DOJ staff, and to those in the VI listening and viewing audience. My name is Ariel M. Smith, and I am the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the invitation to provide a few remarks regarding proposed Bill number 35-0127. The purpose behind Bill number 35-0127 is to restrict the use and disclosure of any photographic, filming, recording, videotaping, or other reproductions of images at a crime scene by a first responder. Bill number 35-0127 addresses an increasingly common issue that has plagued many jurisdictions. That is the reproduction of crime scene images and subsequent posting of these materials on social media outlets. In response, many jurisdictions have passed laws addressing disclosure of images from crime scene investigations. For example, the state of California recently passed a law in response to a helicopter crash that tragically took the lives of 9 people, including former Los Angeles Lakers basketball player Kobe Bryant and his 13-year-old daughter. In that case, first responders took pictures of the accident scene and improperly released those photos. Although in this instance the photos were released mainly to co-workers, the conduct and the resulting outrage was enough to trigger a new law and a lawsuit by a Bryant family. The new California law makes it a misdemeanor for the first responder operating under the color of authority who responds to a scene of an accident or crime and captures the photographic image of a deceased person by any means, including but not limited to the use of a personal electronic device or a device belonging to the employing agency for any purpose other than an official law enforcement purpose or genuine public interest. And that person will be guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by a fine not exceeding $1,000 per violation. Proposed Bill number 35-0127 is similar in context to the California law, finding it a violation for disseminating images from a crime scene, and that it would be a misdemeanor punishable by up to a $1,000 fine. Similarly, in 2022, New York passed a law making it a misdemeanor for unlawful dissemination of personal images. This law, like the VI law, created a private right of action for such offenses. This law is known as Caroline's Law, named after Caroline Weiner, age 27, who was found strangled in her own home in 2007. In that case, photos of her bodies were posted on Facebook by an EMT who responded to the crime scene. Laws like these are important to protect the privacy of those who are victims of crimes, involved in an accident, or involved in any other emergency situation. Importantly, such laws also aim to protect surviving family members from being re-victimized emotionally by the improper disclosure of photographs reflecting their loved ones in their most vulnerable state. Proposed Bill number 35-0127 would go a long way to discourage such conduct of those who seek to capitalize on the tragedy of others by providing both criminal and civil causes of action. With that being said, the following changes would strengthen and clarify proposed Bill number 35-0127. First, I recommend broadening the definition of first responder to include or any other employee of the government of the Virgin Islands on a crime scene acting as part of a criminal investigation or emergency response, or some similar language. This broadened definition will deter dissemination of other sensitive images, including autopsy photos, images collected during the investigation of sex crimes, minor child victims, and images produced during ongoing sensitive criminal investigations not covered by the current definition of first responder set forth in the proposed bill. Second, because the proposed bill criminalizes the unlawful dissemination of personal crime scene images, it would be appropriate to provide guidance to the relevant agencies on how to best promulgate internal professional standards, training, and prominent posting of the relevant law. This can be achieved by adding the following section to the proposed bill to include 14 VIC 1785F. As an additional responsibilities of law enforcement agencies and agencies responsible for first responders. Sub 1, such law enforcement agencies responsible for first responders shall promulgate rules and regulations consistent with this section to include, but not be limited to, policy on the use of personal government-issued cameras and or recording devices at an emergency crime scene, at an emergency or crime scene, and the policy on confidentiality of images from emergencies and crime scenes related to criminal investigations. 2, such agencies shall notify law enforcement officers and other first responders in writing of policies and procedures related to the above. 3, such agencies shall cause to be prominently posted a copy of this section within such agencies. 4, training in this section shall be included in the curriculum of the Virgin Islands Police Department Academy and all government-approved first responder training. 4, any failure of law enforcement agencies responsible for first responders to fulfill the requirements set forth above shall not constitute a defense to a charge under this section. 3rd, specific to the civil penalties outlined above, as set forth in paragraph E1, lines 19 through 20, there's a reference to liquidated damages. Importantly, liquidated damages are normally applicable in contract cases and not appropriate here without further clarification. Thus, the phrase, but not less than, having liquidated damages computed at $1,000 per each violation should either be deleted or further clarified. With that, I thank the committee for the invitation to testify on bill number 35-0127, and this concludes my formal remarks.
Thank you so much for your formal remarks. I don't believe, I don't want to speak for the police commissioner, but I don't think he had a chance to see this before. Otherwise, he'd tell you one of those things that you suggested is already happening in the police academy. Assistant Director, VI Fire Emergency Medical Services, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Kenneth L. Gittens, other members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Antonio Stevens, the Assistant Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. I appear before you today to offer testimony on Bill 35-0127, an act amending Title 14, Chapter 89 of the Virgin Islands Code to prohibit the disclosure of images of a person receiving medical care or other assistance. At VIFMES, we respect the dignity of the individuals we serve and are committed to safeguarding their privacy. As such, we are in full support of Bill 35-0127. The proposed legislation effectively protects the privacy of patients and crime victims without unduly restricting first responders. The bill establishes clear prohibitions against the recording, reproduction, or disclosure of images of any person receiving medical care or other assistance, while creating exceptions for legitimate purposes. It also broadly defines the term first responder, ensuring the prohibitions against recording and disclosure apply to a wide variety of emergency personnel, including members of volunteer organizations and other private entities. By establishing a criminal penalty for disclosure and allowing for civil suits against violators, the proposed legislation also creates effective deterrence. If enacted, Bill 35-0127 will become a powerful tool for preserving the privacy and the dignity of patients and crime victims. We humbly recommend that this committee take favorable action on the bill. Thank you for your opportunity to provide testimony. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Assistant Director. The Vice President trying to throw me off here a little bit. Thank you all for your testimony. And he really threw me off because there was something I was going to say and now it's gone. But thank you all for your testimony. This too is going to be another good discussion. And I want to ask before I open the floor to another 4-minute round. Let me say before I ask the question, I always brag about the Virgin Islands Police Department. Where am I getting a feedback, media? I always brag about the Virgin Islands Police Department as one government agency that has like the strictest rules and regulations, policies and procedures to follow. It is so precise that it even tells you that when you want to go to the bathroom, how and when you're supposed to do it, and have those transmissions even on the radio. And I am just wondering if the attorney, the Department of Justice, or the VI Fire Emergency Medical Services, whether or not you all have policies and procedures or rules and regulations in place that will govern your employees' conduct, especially while on crime scenes. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And that said, have any of you had a problem of this type of behavior occurring from your personnel, to your knowledge?
Prior to my tenure, a certain information came to me that was investigated, but it was not determined conclusively what led to the leak.
Okay.
I can say that.
Sir, not to the degree to which we speak of. We have had an individual at one time taking pictures on a fire scene, and we addressed it immediately and had it removed.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I should ask you as well, to be fair.
Yes, we have. And as a matter of fact, we are going through some of those investigations as we speak. And for that reason, why my testimony, while short, is in the tone it is.
Thank you. So we'll continue with the 4-minute debate time, and Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the testifying panel. I've reviewed the bill, and the bill aims to protect the privacy of individuals receiving medical care, or in the instance of emergencies or the loss of life. And the legislation sets clear guidelines for first responders, ensuring that there's no disclosure of images without consent. And before I get into my line of questioning, the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution protects citizens from unreasonable searches or seizure of government. It requires law enforcement to obtain warrants based on probable cause before searching a person's property or even conducting surveillance. If we don't want that to happen to us while we are alive, why are we doing it when people are hurt or dying? So that's really the premise of where this stands. And it's frustrating for those loved ones, the families of these individuals, to see their loved one in this way, to remember them in that way, and then everybody's just sharing it. So as minuscule as it may sound, meaning it's just a small thing that click send and again, it hurts people. That's what it really boils down to. It hurts people. Commissioner, you're back for more again. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned VIPD policies already prohibit the dissemination of crime and accident scenes or victim information without a legitimate law enforcement purpose.
Correct.
Could you please provide an example to us of what a legitimate law enforcement purpose would be in the case that you mentioned it?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question. A legitimate law enforcement purpose would be where that information is passed on from a patrol officer or even one detective to a next in furtherance of an investigation, and or even with our forensic teams acquiring photographs or video images of a crime scene or an accident scene, again, all in furtherance of their investigation.
And more so that's all internal, not for public outside dissemination, of course.
That is correct. We do not disseminate information regarding injuries or accidents to the public, with the exception of we may put out a photograph or a portion of a video in order to assist us in obtaining information on who the perpetrators of that crime may be.
Noted, Commissioner. An example of that one is what I saw. We lost someone with the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, whereas they got shot down in the Bolongo area. And I saw that you released sort of like a snippet of the individual. It's kind of blurry, but we sort of saw how tall the person was. And in those cases is what you would release information.
That is correct. And again, that snippet was of the perpetrator and not the victim.
Correct. Now, I wanted to shift over to our Attorney General really quickly. And good afternoon to you, Attorney General.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I wanted to know how would this, in your opinion, how would this bill impact law enforcement agencies, their internal professional standards or policies relating to the use of cameras and recording devices during crime scenes? Because some of our officers currently have body cams as well, and I know that we're not talking about the data that they would have. I know it's the dissemination, but do you think it would sort of make officers feel a bit more cautious about how they take pictures or videos or data of crime scenes?
I do not. This bill is seeking to prevent the dissemination, the inappropriate dissemination of information. I strongly think that everything should be recorded for the purposes of prosecution and investigation. And that's what those body cams and other devices are used for on crime scenes or wherever they're used. So that's a necessary part of investigation and prosecution of crime.
Okay, you also mentioned the reference to liquidated damages.
Correct.
In the bill's civil remedies section and suggested clarifications or deletion. Could you please provide some details on this issue and what specific changes you would recommend?
I don't have any specific changes, but I think it needs to be thought out a bit clearer, because liquidated damages is usually in a contract context. Okay. This is a context where we're talking about a violation, and it's a non-contract. It's a tort negligence based penalty. So liquidated damage would not be the proper word to use there.
Okay, very well, very well. And I apologize, Deputy, I apologize. Concerning the fire department, I don't necessarily see anything from the fire department. I usually see crime scene data. Have you ever had any instance in the fire department that someone sort of, I know you have EMS as well, so, I know you've likely seen some cases where you have to go in and try to save a person's life, but that doesn't generally happen, does it?
It does not, Senator. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens, it does not usually happen. Like I said earlier, we have had one case, to my knowledge, where at a fire scene, where pictures were being taken of someone's home as it burns. And so that too is an issue that we have, because we do not believe, and it's in our rules and regulations, that you should be taking pictures, videos, anything like that to share publicly during those type of events.
Okay, thank you, Director Stevens. And Mr. Chair, that concludes my line of questioning. I am in support of this bill. I believe it speaks to, making or assuring that the individual's loved ones are remembered in a way that, society would want them to be remembered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. At-Large Senator. I'm liking the discussions already. However, I don't want it to appear either that it's just solely our first responders doing these things, because I can't see, as I listened to that dialogue just now, I can't see, just say it's a fire scene, a fire is happening, and a firefighter will jump out of the fire truck and he start to record instead of pulling a hose and trying to get this fire out. So I don't want us to leave here with the impression, or put the impression in people's mind either that it's solely our first responders. And that's why I spoke to the bill sponsor and said, you know what, this needs to be more, because you have other people coming onto the scenes that you would require their assistance, even to include wrecker operators and whatnot, to accident scenes and whatnot. They might get there way before. One thing I will say, though, and my brothers and sisters in blue might get a little offended with me, but one thing I don't really appreciate right now is how we sometimes protect a crime scene, keep people away. We already know that we're the number one set of folks that will contaminate a crime scene. We don't need nobody else on there to come and assist us or to be taking videos and still pictures like that. But as we continue the discussion, I'm really hopeful that we look at other individuals as well that comes to the scenes, or individuals who might be on the scene even before the first responder actually gets on the scene. And we're seeing all these pictures coming out. Those individuals we need to really tap into as well. But let's not put the pressure on our first responders today that it's them who are the ultimate culprits. Senator DeGraff, Minority Leader, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. You know, for me, it's lock them up, throw with the key. But I would easily say that because, again, in 1987, when I became a police, I saw an oath. Until when they bury me, that oath ends with me. That's the way I look at it. So in terms of when you have these call-ins and I call it a call-in, you know, first responders, you know, you're here to help the people want help. So when I raise my hand, when they bury me and they close the coffin, if they don't close the coffin, my oath still stands. That's how I believe. I go into the end with it. But, you know, Madam AG, my question to you is, in this day and age of Facebook and these social medias, there are a lot of laws still being made new. Can we legally do this? What it is being proposed regarding to first responders, and then you're separating them from the average citizen. And you may not have the definite answer, but I'm just wondering, because like I said, I support 100%, but can we legally do it in this day and age?
Well, this is not a case of first impression as it relates to first responders.
Right.
And as part of my testimony, I acknowledge what Chairperson Gittens has indicated, that there are other people on the crime scene other than first responders who are government agents and employees. And I think, well, to the extent that they have government agent and employees, I think we can extend it at this point. For others who are not, I think that requires more research before you extend it further.
Okay, because they have rescue in the bill.
Well, it does, but I think if we expand it to anybody who is acting in that first responder type capacity, who would ordinarily be on a crime scene, because not every crime scene requires a wrecker, right? So there's so many potential people who may be on a crime scene, but to the extent that there are people who are predictable members of the crime scene, I think, and they're government agents in that capacity, I think we can expand it there and then research further.
Okay, so, and finally, in regards to it is, again, in this day and age, cell phones, I saw the cell phone coming, we talk about government issued. The government didn't issue this. I gonna take what picture I want, when I want, how I want. But the issue still remains. I don't think the bill would be saying that first responders cannot take photographs of scenes. It may be helpful in the investigation down the road, but is it to you that we're saying they cannot take photographs also? Is what the bill is saying?
It has to do with, it's less about taking the photograph and more about the dissemination and disclosure of the information that's taken, the image that's taken. It's not about the taking, it's about the dissemination.
Good. I wanted that to be clarified because, again, I don't want a first responder to be leery, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, in regards to their job, crime scene, text. Their job is to take photographs and to do different things. But it's not for you taking a picture, it's how you handle it and if you're going to disseminate it. Just want to make sure that be clear because I support the bill 100%. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Vice Chair Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill number 35-0127 makes it illegal for a first responder who responds to the scene of accident or crime and captures the photographic image of a deceased person by any means, videotape, whatever, without the prior written consent to disclose that. I agree with that 100%. However, there's another side to this that we got to be very careful of it because, and this is a question for the AG and the VIPD commissioner. Because, sometimes if it's a crime scene, just imagine it's a police got the knee to somebody's neck and the person has expired. Sometimes we've seen it, the police cameras don't clearly capture the video like what the public has. So I want to know if this public is recording it, would they be doing something illegal? Can the police take their camera and say, listen, we're going to wash out everything? Because sometimes the police report don't match what the crime scene says. In cases of questions of police brutality, it becomes important. So, Madam AG and Police Commissioner, if I to a scene and they got a police got a knee, okay, am I now going to get in jail for recording this? Because I am capturing evidence that is vital, because when the police report come to you, Madam AG or Police Commissioner, the police report might say completely different from what my video evidence is depicting. So can now this person be arrested for a crime? And can the police confiscate your camera and then later on the video disappear?
Senator, the short answer is absolutely not.
Okay, thank you very much. That pleased my heart to hear.
I concur.
Okay, good. So I definitely support the bill, but I would like to make sure in the language it specifically states in these extenuating circumstances that this act is not illegal. Because I can definitely agree. We don't want to see your son or daughter pictures wrong on the internet. We see them. It's terrible. Your son and daughter, this unfortunate thing happened. It's distributed. I fully agree with that. But a crime has been committed, and the police and the AG needs to have all of the evidence from all the sides. So public, they're telling you that it's not illegal to record it, but the illegality is to distribute it without the proper consent of the next of kin and all of the procedures of the bill. So I wanted to make that clear, and the Police Commissioner Ray Martinez is here saying that that act will not be illegal. Blessings. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. But I'm hoping that your statements were very clear, because, again, it was stated by the bill sponsor and in the discussions that it's not about the actual taking of the photographs, it's about the dissemination of the information and how it's done. So let's be clear on that, because the description just now was really eyebrow raiser, I guess. Senator Bolkes, you have a point of information you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Commissioner Martinez. Commissioner Martinez, how does the VIPD currently handle situations where sensitive information is inappropriately shared or accessed by its personnel? And what are the measures of what you do in those specific cases?
And Commissioner, I'm going to allow you to answer, but colleagues, again, I'm going to ask you all, these point of information, make sure it's piggybacking off of something that was just said and you need some type of clarity, but not to ask a whole new, fresh question, okay? I'll allow it this time.
All right. So, Senator, the way that we handle sensitive information is always, we start out with our policies and procedures. Again, when we're talking about obtaining footage or obtaining, whether it's footage or photographs, video, audio, even audio and video, there's a process that our folks have to go through. Our officers just don't walk onto a crime scene or walk onto an accident scene and should begin just taking photographs. There are specific individuals tasked with that with that duty and responsibility. That's our forensic unit. 99.9% of the time, they're the ones that are going to obtain whatever footage we require, whether audio, video, or still. In the event that an individual, one of our personnel, goes outside of the lines, when we become aware of it, we open an investigation into it. Our internal affairs division or even the supervisors of that unit or that personnel would run the investigations. If and when violations to our policies are discovered, then there's an entire disciplinary, they're placed on charges. There's a disciplinary matrix that has to be followed. And if in fact they are found to have violated our policies, again, and based on my testimony, that discipline can lead from as much as just a written reprimand, again, depending on how egregious the violation was, right on up to termination.
Thank you for that very thorough response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers and staff. I am in support of this piece of legislation.
I'm not sure if it's me, but I'm not hearing you clearly.
Okay.
Is Senator Francis Heiliger mic on? You may proceed.
Hello.
Yes, good now.
I am definitely in support of this piece of legislation. I was one of the senators that did submit to do this, and I was preempted. So we all seem to have been on the same thought process when it came to seeing these types of things happening in our community. But one of the questions I want to ask specifically has to do with, I understand this bill is about dissemination. When it's taken, whether it's through whatever sort of equipment and putting it out there, do you think we need to specify specifically as to utilizing of personal, like say if an officer or someone is at the scene and they happen to take a picture with a personal cell phone? Do you think we should limit and say you cannot utilize your personal cell phones or anything you bring to the scene outside of utilizing official equipment that comes through the agency that's coming there? Because that would help cut back potentially on, because everything would just strictly be on what's authorized versus someone just taking a photograph and then that doorway is now open. What are your thoughts about that?
So, Senator, as it stands now, we do have officers who utilize their personal cell phones to obtain photographs of scenes, especially our traffic officers, who will just take a photograph of minor traffic accidents. Again, anything that is deemed to be major, our forensic team is going to be the one that comes out and obtains those official pictures. But on a daily basis, our traffic officers.
I understand that part on a regular basis. I'm talking about when a crime or accident or something happens, you have several people there. Now, you might have an officer that might be first at the scene. You might have someone comes in because they were called in. I'm asking specifically about limiting someone utilizing their personal phone at a scene such as that. Do you think that's something we should just completely say you're not allowed to use your personal phone? You have to use designated equipment specifically at the scene for those things.
Again, I wouldn't. I don't really have a position on that per se, simply because, again, if it's big enough, if it's our officers are going to have be utilizing the correct type of equipment to obtain those photographs.
I'm asking their thoughts on it.
Which would be the department issued equipment.
Okay, thank you. one of the other questions that it had to do, how do you go about with identifying who actually did this? Because you're going to have a situation where you might have 10 people at the scene and all of a sudden these pictures are out. How do you plan from your perspective in reading the bill, or do you have a plan because you tell me this is something that you already deal
Correct.
with? How do you do that?
While nothing is exact, it's not an exact science, we have resources that we utilize that we can
Okay.
find out who was there and who sent those images out.
Okay. Well, one of the things with me that it hurts me, and I'm saying this genuinely, when you go and you might happen to hear something and all of a sudden you're scrolling through and you see someone dead on the scene, and I often wonder, do people have conscience?
Your time was called.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
wanna-
Could I just wrap up?
You may wrap up.
I often wonder if people have a conscience, because I don't know if it's our society at this point that we become so disconnected. Because when we come to a scene, a lot of times you're seeing more people around videotaping than attempting to help the people. A lot of times that might be in need of help. So that might be something we have to deal with on a social level. But I really think this piece of legislation can help in curtailing that. But at the end of the day, we have to get back to just being decent human beings and recognize what is good and what's not good. But I do appreciate you responding to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Before I recognize the next speaker, Senator James Sr., while I'm most grateful for the agency heads that are here before us today, you guys are like the executive officers of the agencies. And I really wish our division chiefs were here as well to participate in this discussion, since they're the ones that's in charge of operations. But based on the point of information by the at-large senator and something that was mentioned by the previous speaker, AG, I want to ask, what's like the time frame for your individuals, your agents that works with the ME office, the medical examiner's office? What would be the time frame for them to get to a crime scene? And let's talk about once notified. And I ask that because we have seen where it takes a little time for them to get there, and in that span of time, a lot of things occur. The picture taken, the videos and whatnot that we're here discussing. So what I'm not sure how fair that question is, but what's a time frame that they should get to a scene? We live on a small island.
We live on a small island, but a lot of places that they have to go to are remote and difficult to get to. So it depends on where they are when they're called. They usually, based on the protocols that we're establishing, they're usually going to get there or get to the scene if it's in a home after the police have done their preliminary evaluation of the scene. So there's no specificity that I can give you to that.
Okay.
So I don't have a specific answer to that question.
Fair. But while Director Joshin is not a part of this discussion right now, but he's there listening, and the police commissioner and yourself, let me just say, and this is no indictment at all on your agents at the Department of Justice, because they're very responsive. I happen to be on two scenes, one homicide, one classified homicide, and one classified suicide. And I had to make a call to ask, what's your ETA coming and whatnot. And they were able to respond immediately, but again, it's at the time that they're notified. And at times, it is not clear as to exactly where you should go. So I understand that we have a lot of remote areas. So while the Director of ITEMA is listening, I'm asking for us to be able to get that clarity when your personnel is being dispatched to a scene so that they can respond timely as well. Because oftentimes when an officer gets to a scene, I mean, if it's DOA and scene, I mean, they're not the medical professional to determine that there's no vitals or that, let me say, that the person is dead, but they can tell that there's no vitals. And if that's the case, that could trigger a call to immediately notify your people to start traveling to the scene. All right, so that too creates this type of or allow for this platform for people to be able to take pictures. Because more people coming to the scene now. Senator James Senior, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. To the sponsor of this measure, thank you. I stand in full support of this measure. However, I just see where it can be strengthened. If I'm not mistaken, if you're parked in a disabled parking space, I think the fine is $1,000. If you litter on the highway, the fine is $1,000. But here it's saying a life, you cannot put a price on anyone's life. Of course, you could put a price on a coffin, a wreath, a letter, one of those cards from Plaza or wherever the case may be. Chump change. The fine need to be stiff. We need to send a strong message. And it's not me attacking those individuals. I'm saying those individuals must do their job and keep it confidential, because you never know when it will be your family, when it will be your loved one, when it will be your friends. A fine not exceeding $1,000 is chump change. If you ask me, it should be a fine not less than $1,000. And let the judge decide that, and let the judge has the discretion. I just find many times we put it put the power in the hands of the court, and all the judge can do is interpret the law. So when individuals get upset with the judge, don't get upset with the judge, get upset with the legislature of the Virgin Islands. We make the laws that the judges interpret. So to the sponsor of this measure, I fully support the bill, except that one thing. That fine cannot be not exceeding $1,000. And I'm going to read it. That's on page 2. A person who knowingly violates the provisions of subsection C of this section shall be guilty of a misdemeanor and subject to a fine not exceeding $1,000 per violation. It should be a fine not less than $1,000 per violation. With that said, whether he brings an amendment or I have to bring an amendment, so be it. But I stand in full support of the measure. And to the first responders, thank you for your hard work that you do. It's a thankless job sometimes. But put down your phone and just do your job. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Senior. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do support this initiative, and I do thank the sponsor for bringing it forward. Nevertheless, it's a catch-22. A lot of the time before the responders even get there, pictures are being floated around, and I don't think we have anyone right now that can answer this question. How do you trace where these pictures are actually coming from? Because sometimes it might not be a first responder, and to be able to trace it when it goes from one to a next, that's my issue as far as making sure that the perpetrator and those who are doing it be caught and be dealt with, and not innocent folks. I want to ask Assistant Director, what training and education do first responders receive regarding the privacy and confidentiality of victims' information, and are there ongoing efforts to improve these aspects of training?
Good afternoon, Senator. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens. So, and from a medical perspective, right, remember we have this thing called HIPAA training, right? So with the HIPAA, we cannot disclose personal information from a patient. In our rules and regulations, we also address this specific legislation to make sure that our employees understand that they cannot, will not take part in anything like this. I'll go on to say that now we're really working closely with our rescue organization partners, and that too is something that we're also pushing with them to make sure that even though they are volunteers, that they have a responsibility to the public to make sure that their employees or their volunteers do not do anything as this.
And thank you. Commissioner Martinez, same question.
Again, Senator, we do the same thing. We have our policies and procedures. We've got our trainings are biannual. We do recurrent training. These types of policies are brought up throughout those trainings. And while I have I just have to applaud you for your first statement regarding the fact that many times before the first responders arrive on scene, those photographs are being taken. And I don't know what the exact numbers are. I can only go by what has been brought to our attention that we're investigating. But I would venture to say that while I support this bill, I also have to come to the defense of my police officers and to indicate that, again, I don't have the exact number, but I would venture to say 99% of the photographs that are out there were not taken by first responders. All right, they were not taken by first responders. They were taken by the social media mafia, as I refer to them as. All right, and but again, for those officers that go out there and those first responders that violate these rules, our rules and policies, and are going to violate what I would believe would be the subsequent law, then by all means, they should be dealt with.
Thank you very much. We had some incident over this weekend, and I saw some videos, and I know that wasn't from first responders based on how I saw individuals in these crime scenes. And to the Attorney General, you said that this bill draw a parallel with similarity to legislation in California and New York. Can you highlight the specific similarities and the difference between proposed Bill 235-0127 and the laws in those states?
In particular, with regard to the California law, which arose as a result of the Kobe Bryant tragedy, that they criminalized the first responders taking of the pictures of both Mr. Bryant and his daughter when they died. And with regard to New York, it's similar, but it also adds the civil penalties provision, which is part of the Virgin Islands proposed legislation.
Thank you. And also, may I wrap up on this last question, Mr. Chair?
You may.
And the bill mentioned a genuine public interest exceptions. Could you clarify what qualifies as a genuine public interest in the contents of this legislation and how it will be determined?
I think I don't have specific examples for you, but I think that there are times where others may be able to share information with first responders which can be helpful in the ultimate investigation of the case. And I think that's what I'm looking at. Because as we all recognize, there are other people who take pictures of these crime scenes. The criminalization has to do with the putting it on social media. But to the extent that pictures are taken and they're turned over to the first responder or to the police department, that conduct should be protected. That act should also be protected.
Thank you very much. And I definitely support this measure. And you know what's going to be sad is for the person who is the person that passing it on second, and you could identify that they're the one that posted on social media. They will carry the penalties just as much. And I do support my colleague here that it should be minimum 1,000. If you don't hit people in the pocket sometime as hard as you can, they will continue. But when you send a clear message, nothing less than 1,000, it could go wherever the judge want to carry it. Because sometimes family members don't even know. And they might just be looking at social media, and here it is, their loved one is just lay out there on the ground, being passed from one spot to the next. So the appropriate time, I definitely support in this measure, and I do agree that we need to step up on some of these penalties. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Caput, Madam Rules Chair, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. I'm not in this committee, but I'm sure it would be voted out of this committee and into rules, and then I would be happy to support it. But I wanted to ask one question, A.G. Smith. Would this be unconstitutional if we were to expand this legislation not only to first responders, like, you know, Senator from St. Croix just mentioned videos that we saw all over social media, and you don't know if family members were there to witness. And I feel victims are being victimized again if they survive the crime, the accident, or whatever, to find out that what I went through is all over social media. So would this be unconstitutional if we expand it to individuals who just felt the need to put this out on social media?
I think that requires a great deal of research.
Okay.
I think this is a kind of, because people have First Amendment rights, you can't paint a big broad brush. I think we can control or criminalize the conduct of people who have responsibilities as agents of the government, whether they be VIPD, medical examiner, government employees who have a legitimate reason to be there and violate that trust. But I think if we go too far, there will be constitutionality challenges.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. Chair, I just think, and Bill sponsor, I think this legislation addresses the protection of privacy to the victims and their families, and we should treat others as how we would want to be treated. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rules Chair. Senate President Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to commend the bill sponsor in moving this particular piece of legislation forward, and also thank all of the testifiers that have testified in respect to the bill. Also, I too had attempted to move similar legislation forward and was preempted, but nonetheless, I'm happy to sign on to this measure as we continue to contemplate and move it forward. And I'll tell you that the situation that we find ourselves in is such of a gaping hole in respect to the dissemination of these pictures and photos and videos that really hampers even the investigation at times. It not only hampers the investigation, but certainly have an impact on victims' family and the sharing of information. We're unable to erase the damage that has been done and lessen the pain that's felt as a result of this, as you continue to dream and see this over and over and over again, in some instances with the family. But it's something that's needed, and again, it starts with the first step. I totally agree with the police commissioner where he indicated that, perhaps this needs to be considered a felony, depending on the egregiousness of it, and make a determination somewhere along the line. But we have to start someplace. And I think that this is, in fact, a good start on this matter. Madam AG, can you speak to any situation that you have had or encounter during your time in respect to this type of information or leak information getting out in terms of the photo? Have this in any way, shape, or form impacted any investigation or case that you're aware of?
I can't say that the leak that I was advised of impacted the investigation, but I think that part of what, and I'll speak for Commissioner Martinez a little bit here, part of what we want people to understand about our departments is the integrity of the department. And it's very important to maintain that integrity in that we respect, that we have our employees and those who work with us respect the integrity of the process. And that's why it's so important to us and why I specifically on behalf of DOJ, and I think my fellow testifiers here would definitely support this legislation.
You know, in 2018, I saw an article where the former Attorney General Walker actually wrote an article in respect to this same situation, in respect to the fact that these photos are given up. I have had to encounter this many times in my role within law enforcement. And again, it's not the issue of the taking of the photograph. That is extremely important for a criminal investigator at times, or a police officer, because in fact, you know, here it is that you may have transient evidence, an opportunity to be able to capture the scene as is found in your initial response, and could really speak volume in terms of your continuation of your investigation. Is what happened to that photo once it's taken is really what's problematic. How do you disseminate that information, utilize those photos or videos or whatever is really, speaks to the content of this legislation, and it's complex. A lot of times you have to then make the determination because these things go far and beyond. I have seen photographs that came back from the mainland that of an incident that happened right here in the Virgin Islands that I'm unaware of, but it's already in the mainland and now being sent back here to the Virgin Islands. So we have to certainly take that into consideration. And I know that the commissioner was a little bit spoke about that technology. There's technology today that could really just determine the origination of that particular photo, and that's where he'll be able to again determine who may have been the sender of that particular photograph at any given time. Commissioner, can you speak to any in-house policies, general order, rules and regs as it pertains to the inappropriate dissemination of photos or videos within the Virgin Islands Police Department?
Yes, Senator. What I can say is that our policies and procedures, of course, based on our consent decree, we were just most recently updated to include such information such as this. And also the AG and I have, matter of fact, just today, we've been in conversations earlier regarding procedures for both our departments working crime scenes. And just, sitting here in the well, she just advised me that she's returned an email to me this morning with a draft regarding the very same thing. So we take this really seriously, to ensure that both our departments are doing the right thing. Senator, you as a former commissioner know that we've had those policies in place for years, and we've had to discipline individuals on them before. And now, outside of that, to have this legislation here once it's passed, once it's codified, goes even further, because just based on our rules and procedures, the fact of the matter of it being a misdemeanor conviction would in fact require, it would be an automatic termination for that VIPD employee. Because again, with our rules, we do not allow folks with law enforcement officers to have not even misdemeanor convictions on the force.
Oh, very well. Thank you. I'm not sure if my time has been called, but I tell you that the technology, that's developing here is fast and furious. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's bad. But certainly we have to use it to our advantage when you talk about AI, when you talk about Alexa, when you talk about surveillance cameras and all these type of things, and being able to feed into surveillance cameras and be able to capture certain information. We have to embrace the technology, at the same time embrace ourselves for some of the consequences as a result of the technology as well. So, in wrapping up, I just really want to thank the bill sponsor and encourage my colleagues to support this measure, and any suggestions that you have in terms of how do we strengthen this. It's a work in progress. No bill is perfect, but I certainly see this moving in the right direction. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that's the latitude you get as the president as well. Listen, I tell you majority rule, no, you on this objection. Before I recognize the bill sponsor, you know, I too support the measure. I just don't want our first responders to feel like they're the only culprits that will be doing something like this. You know, we take an oath when we come in to these positions. Law enforcement officers, whether police officers, Department of Justice agents, and even the firefighters and now firefighters EMS. Every last one takes an oath. And that oath is to be upheld. A violation of that oath in itself is a violation of law. So, ain't like they could get away. But we need to make sure that everyone is ultimately responsible for their actions and these crime scenes. Crime scene management is very important. From its inception until the completion. Very important. And two things that I could remember as Senator President, what they used to call us, young whippersnappers in the Investigation Bureau is crime scene protection and crime scene preservation. Critical. And that's why I would have preferred, and I like you guys' conversation as well, but I would have preferred to even be talking with the operators. Because again, at times I like to do show-ups, and especially being in charge of, being the chairman of this committee. And I could remember being at the last crime scene that I was on, and in my mind, I'm playing back and wondering, well, when last have I been to a homicide scene that I could see the presence of a white shirt? Meaning the chief, the deputy chief, or even the zone commander. And really and truly, I can't remember the last time I've seen that. But everybody wearing blue shirt now, so maybe that's why I ain't seen them. But I know who to look for. And someone had even asked me about, and I know the commissioner don't like to hear back in the day, okay, they say, them days old guys. But I was asked a question about why things were done so differently back then. And I always say, you know, when Francis was there as a chief as well, and if you want to call it patting him on his back or whatever the case may be, I give Jack the jacket. But he was a chief that was out there up front in people's face. When you hear of a crime scene or whatnot, you heard from the chief of police. You saw the chief of police out there, and I'm saying it's almost like we're withdrawing from that. Now, the presence of these individuals on the scene can also provide for that management of the scene. At that time, I said, you know, Francis was a police chief that came from the Investigation Bureau. So if he showed up on a crime scene, he know what he should be seeing from what he shouldn't be seeing. He know how far back a crime scene should be roped off and whatnot, where people wouldn't be able to be right up on the crime scene. Whereas you might find a police car or ambulance or something right up where you have about 20 shell casing, which is part of your crime scene, and they should have been on the outside. So again, managing your crime scene is important. And the further back you keep people, the better it is for you. Now, Senator Capehart, I think, asked the question that I wanted to ask about pertaining, if we open it up to others, if we will be possibly violating maybe freedom of the press or whatever. But I could tell you, as a detective on any crime scene, a crime scene was my responsibility. And I mean, not even even a white shirt, when they come, they know who they should be speaking to, how far they can go, and how far you're allowed to go. So, man, this is like tough again, because it has been said, and up to the last homicide, we saw some videos going around, and we can tell that those videos were done prior to law enforcement or any first responder getting on the scene. But how do we hold those individuals as well accountable? Today, this is the second block that we're in, the second bill that we're discussing. We're realizing that in the two and in the one to come, all of it is going back to what? Confidentiality. And we got to call a spade a spade. So we have to cross our T's, dot our I's. Our supervisors, managers, and whatnot need to be out there towing the line and making sure that we preserve the crime scenes to minimize any of this. Sadly, in recent years, we've seen more and more of this, and like the Senate President said, these things are all over now. Even 6-year-olds have one of these. So everybody pulling out the phone now and videoing, even before the officer's body cam go on. And I'll just ask the AG, or make a statement, whichever one. I'm thinking of a Privacy Act. I'm not sure if in our code we have the Privacy Act where it speaks to disclosures without, there's a disclosure without consent rule. And I'm trying to bridge that with the question going back again to the rules chair, asking whether or not we will be violating which will in essence be the First Amendment right of freedom of press per se. Okay, anybody could say that they're from the press, but that don't mean you come in on the scene. But how do we have a Privacy Act?
I'm not ready to answer these questions without evaluating an entire scenario. I don't want to be off the cuff, because this is a very important issue that we need to really make sure, if we're going to go in that direction, that we not only research the law, but also case law that have come out of cases like this, situations like this.
So can I ask you, and to be fair to you, to be able to do some research as well, can we get this information from you? I'm not sure how this bill will move today or whatever, but can we get this information from you before there's a second discussion with this? I mean, not today, but before there's a second discussion, whether in the Rules Committee or someplace else.
What I would say is this. I think the intent of this particular bill is clear as it relates to first responders. I think it can be strengthened by the language I suggested in terms of government employees who, for whatever their responsibilities are, would have access or a reason to be on the crime scene. I think that if you're going to citizens in terms of their actions on a crime scene or before a crime scene, it doesn't need to be wrapped up with any law that relates specifically to the behavior of government employees or first responders. I think it needs to be separate.
Okay, so then I tell you what, in the essence of time, let's deal with what we have before us, and hopefully subsequently we will be seeing something pertaining to those who are non-governmental employees. because it's so much easier to deal with governmental employees. Because based on what we're hearing right now, too, there are already administrative remedies to address this. It's just to make sure that we get to the bottom of it. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I must say I'm enjoying the discussion. I want to clarify some things, though, in respect to the bill. First and foremost, for my colleagues who stated that they believe the penalty should be more and the fine should be more, they can bring an amendment. So I look forward to them bringing an amendment based on what their sentiments are in that respect. In respect to the bill itself, though, no one is speaking to the civil penalty, and I spoke to that. That is the reason why I left it the way it was at $1,000, because the civil penalty is for anyone to go to court and basically deal with those individuals who have done those heinous acts, in my opinion. And that's where they will find more justice, more than $1,000, $5,000, whatever the court and whatever they sue for, they can basically be rewarded that amount. So that's where it actually addresses, in my opinion, that portion of the bill. In respect to regular folks in the community, to include the press, where the First Amendment comes in, which is guaranteed by our Constitution. It's unfortunate, but I know when the individual first came to me several years ago, that's where we were going. But based on our research, there's nowhere that has happened. So this is the only thing that's being done, and that's a place where we can start, and that's why we started with government officials. That's the only reason why we started there, because we could not go anywhere else. But at the end of the day, it's the right thing to do in respect to those that have been violated. I've known of an instance where someone took ill when they found out what happened to the loved one, and they didn't know anything, and they saw it on Facebook, and they actually got ill, had to go to the hospital. And I think it's not right. I think it's unfair, but we must do something in the interim in terms of assuring that, our morals are in check. And we must do better than what we are doing right now. But it is a fact that most photos do come from the general public and elsewhere. And God's willing, there'll come a day whereas we can deal with those individuals. But until then, this is what we have and this is where we're at. I actually thank my colleagues for the recommendations, their suggestions. The Attorney General spoke to some amendments in her testimony, and we did put in an amendment for everything you recommended, because we do agree with you, and it makes sense, and we appreciate that. So I'm asking for my colleagues' support on this most important piece of legislation. I'm not on this committee, but I look forward to a favorable recommendation moving forward. Again, it is not perfect, but like I said, my colleagues who want amendment can bring those amendments. And in closing, also, one of my colleagues spoke to AI, the president, to AI and other technology that's going on in that space. And I know one of my colleague on my right, I believe, has the preemption for AI legislations, but there's going to be a lot of amendments and recommendations and language in respect to AI, because, as my colleague said, it's moving so fast. We can't even keep up. So at the come, we do what we need to do to amend and move forward. Again, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time. And thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Fonseca, you recognized for your point of information. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm fully in support of Bill 35-0127. But for the AG, I have a question. Just say that...
Through the chair.
Through the chair. Just say that you were not on duty and you were not acting under your official color of title of your job. You were not at work, and you took pictures of the accident, whatever, and you shared them. Would a crime still apply?
Yes, because you're not off duty just because you're not on duty. You're still a police officer, you're still a first responder, you're still somebody with a medical examiner's office, you're still under that cloak of that authority.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Motion, Senator Dick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still a police, really, but I move Bill number 35-0127, an act amended Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, second by Senator Angel Bolkes, Senator Ray Fonseca, and Senator Javon James Sr. Roll call on bill number 35-0127.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you. Bill number 35-0127, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders have been voted upon successfully here in the rules, in the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration. Congratulations to the bill sponsor. Thank you so much for your testimony, AG, Police Commissioner, and Assistant Director. 30 seconds, starting with the Assistant Director to give your closing.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I need more than 30 seconds.
Hello.
I wanted to bring back to mind not too long ago, well, a few months ago, where I was at the beach and a couple was out swimming, diving, and the wife came back without the husband. And I happened to be at the beach at the time. Search party was established. PD came out to assist. First responders came out to assist. It started getting late in the evening, but we eventually got the body, was being brought in. I, having been there, was there to also try to console the wife as the body was being brought in. My point to this is, this was not a first responder type situation, but there were people who started to take out their cameras and their cell phones to record and to take pictures of what was going on. The police officers that were on scene assisted me in stopping the public, not the first responders, but the public, from taking pictures and videos of this scene. And at the end of it all, one of the people that were taking pictures came up to me and said, "We have that right, right? It's whatever right." And I said to them, "Would you like for somebody to do that if it was your family member, if it was your mother, daughter, whomever that had to go through this?" And the person said to me, "You're right." Until you put it in turn it around and put it on them, they wouldn't like it being done to them. So I think as long as we're able to get that message out and continue to push this, I think this legislature goes a long way, not just for first responders, but for the public sensitivities, so that they too can be aware of what it is that's going on. Again, we support this bill wholeheartedly, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for that. And I'm looking forward for a companion bill to this as well. AG?
Yes, I say, first of all, I say thank you for the invitation to provide comment on bill number 35-0127. Thank you to senators for incorporating the Attorney General's office suggestions as to how this bill can be strengthened. And we look forward to having this materialize in terms of our policies, codified by law, and being enforced by both the VIPD and the Department of Justice.
Thank you. Commissioner, and in your closing, remind the AG that you have this in the academy.
We're codifying it, sir.
And again, thank you, Senator, and the 35th for again for the invitation for us to be here to place our comments on record. And I would be remiss if I didn't. I neglected to really respond to Senator Fonseca earlier when he indicated to his supporters and to the public that they can record, and he is in fact correct that they can record. But they just can't record inside my crime scene. So if my officers tell you to tell the public to stand back and to move back to a safe area, they can record all they want from that safe area. It just can't be inside my folks' crime scene. And I think that this legislation is it is a step in the right direction, but I just have to put it out there. I have to support my first responders. I indicate that the 99.9% of the time that these images are out there, it's not our first responders. It's not our guys. All right, we do have that one or two knucklehead that does that, and we will take care of those. But I just have to put it out there, and I have to defend our first responders and want to thank them for the work that they do day in and day out by protecting the public's, the trust and confidence. Thank you again for giving us the time today to put our thoughts on record, Senator.
Thank you so much. So the committee will take a 3-minute recess, and please hold me to that 3 minutes. 3 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is back on record. And we did it in record, 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, please read the last agenda item into the record.
Bill number 35-0131, relating to an act amending Title 3, VIC, Chapter 15, to establish a real crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart. Invited to testify are Mr. Ray Martinez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department, Mr. Darrell Joshin, Director, VITEMA, Mr. Rupert Ross, Director, Bureau of Information Technology.
Thank you. If you start from my left to right, please identify yourself, title and agency representing, please.
Yes. Good afternoon. Mark Bao, Chief Technology Officer, Bureau of Information Technology.
Thank you. Welcome again.
Good afternoon, Senator. Mario Brooks, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator. Ray A. Martinez, Police Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Didier Hughes III, Special Project Manager, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Say your name again for me.
Didier Hughes III.
Didier Hughes. Welcome. Welcome. St. Croix. St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Senator. This is Director Joshin, Director for VITEMA.
Welcome again. All right, who speaks to bill number 35, that's 0131? I do, Mr. Chair. Please recognize the mic of Senator Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for the introduction of your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Law enforcement agencies are quickly realizing how effective technology can be when it comes to new ways of fighting crime. Tools like police drones, shot spotter, gun detection device, LPRs, license plate readers, and cameras are among the most valuable tools used, but these tools are only effective when paired with trained personnel who can give the information in real time and given the right mission. Together, these tools fight crime and are rapidly becoming the standard in new policing called technology-driven policing. Technology-driven policing is the process of using technology to reactively investigate or proactively disrupt crime patterns. This esteemed body has already voted on the License Plate Readers Act 21-8552 surveillance cameras and several other supporting legislations associated with today's bill number 35-0131. The Real-Time Crime Center ties every resource and every tool together to reduce waste and ensure the resources paid by tax dollars are being properly utilized. We need a centralized group to manage the technology, a dedicated unit to manage this crime-fighting infrastructure. Colleagues, I ask for your support. I am glad that the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department is here with his team and the other testifiers. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. So we have three agencies before us, VITEMA, VIPD, and BIT. Virgin Islands Police Department, you may take the lead on your testimony, followed by VITEMA, and then close out with BIT.
Good afternoon. Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety. Committee members, members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, members of my executive team, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Ray A. Martinez, Police Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Thank you for providing my team and I the opportunity to testify on Bill number 35-0131, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, to establish a real-time crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department. Mr. Chair, I sit before you today in support of this Real-Time Crime Center, or RTCC, legislation and the recommended appropriation of $2.5 million. The VIPD RTCC is intended to be a centralized data hub that rapidly mines information from multiple crime databases and disseminates that information to officers in the field. Daily, officers and detectives in the field encounter criminals, victims, witnesses, and complainants in various settings. Each individual and each place has a relevant history. For example, individuals may have previous arrests and outstanding warrants, and geographic areas have unique crime rates and trends. This data is stored in various databases that require significant time to sift through and gather the data, and more times than not, are only available during normal business hours. Without immediate access to this information, police personnel are hard-pressed to make the quick connections and deductions necessary for effective policing. There are over 120 real-time crime centers in the U.S., and the number continues to rise. RTCCs provide officers in the field with pertinent information nearly instantaneously and has proven to be an effective crime-fighting tool that facilitates proactive policing. Whereas officers once had to return from the field to sift through pages and pages of records to find information related to an investigation, the RTCC now provides them with information pertaining to their assignments before they even make it to the scene. VIPD's law enforcement philosophy is focused on effective crime control and a strong community presence, enhanced through the integration of crime analysis and technologically advanced systems that serve as a force multiplier. VIPD has delved into expanding its innovative use of technology in policing to further enhance its capabilities for solving crime in real time. VIPD operates 2 camera rooms with access to over 80 surveillance cameras and 20 automated license plate readers. Phases 2 and 3 of the surveillance system integrations will almost triple the number of available cameras. The present system provides significant information to investigators. However, none is available in real time, thereby decreasing some of its effectiveness. Moreover, the system lacks a common operating platform that provides a capability to unify data systems. In mid-2022, VIPD began a framework for developing its real-time crime center based upon 5 tenets. Developing an RTCC utilizing crime analysis and data solution capabilities that unify a common operating picture to intervene in crime in real time and to investigate after the fact. Integrating VIPD's surveillance camera network into the RTCC, along with the camera networks of public agency stakeholders, in addition to private-public partnerships with the business and residential community for access to their public-facing cameras. Obtaining a summary of hardware and software enhancements that would be useful for establishing an effective RTCC that further integrates the situational awareness provided by the 911 Emergency Call Center with the data-driven capabilities of VIPD's Planning, Research, and Development Bureau. Locating a suitable and secure space to house the center. And lastly, identifying, recruiting, and hiring capable RTCC crime analysis and staff members. In October 2022, VIPD requested and was awarded $2 million in priority funding from the Department of Interior Capital Improvement Project Grant to fund development of the VIPD Real-Time Crime Center. Funding covers the remodel and build-out, center design, the IT infrastructure, camera walls, associated technology, furniture, and equipment. As this funding could only cover one center, the decision was made to build a center in the St. Croix district with intentions of seeking funding thereafter for a center for the St. Thomas St. John district. A center manager and 8 crime analyst positions were budgeted for utilizing ARPA funding with the understanding those positions would be absorbed into VIPD's general fund budget once exhausted. Understanding the complexities to constitutionally police, we continue to dialogue with partner agencies with RTCCs to gain insight into legally accepted best practices. We are in the process of completing the draft policy that will be forwarded to the VA Attorney General's office and the U.S. DOJ for approval. The policy will serve as a guide to ensuring information obtained or shared by the center will be used for its intended and allowable purposes. Written guidance will also be obtained from the VA Attorney General's office with regards to public information sharing, surveillance video and images, chain of custody, and data storage. It is clear policing continues to evolve quickly with the adoption and implementation of new technology, greater community access to video, improved transparency, and more efficient responses in crimes in progress. The development and evolution of VIPD's Real-Time Crime Center will certainly improve operational efficiency in many situations and across all local law enforcement agencies. Further, the expanded use of video and other technologies can greatly improve the chances of capturing some offenders in real time and can substantially improve the likelihood of convictions in the future. The VIPD RTCC would have the ability to access surveillance cameras, search firearm registries, view officer body-worn cameras, access local criminal records, and track electronically monitored pretrial suspects, to name a few. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on Bill number 35-0131. Passage of this legislation will lend tremendously to supporting our law enforcement efforts. My team and I stand ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Director Joshin, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, other committee members, 35 legislative staff, and those in the viewing listening audience. I'm Darrell D. Joshin, Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency. Providing testimony today on Bill number 35-0131, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, to establish a real-time crime center. Centralized data system within the U.S. Virgin Islands Police Department with the mission to provide the VIPD with the ability to capitalize on a wide and expanding range of technologies for efficient and effective policing. Dated September 12, 2023, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart. I support this bill, but caution on the adequacy of the $2.5 million to achieve the build-out of 2 real-time crime centers. The lack of identifying funding for continued maintenance and staff personnel to operate the center in each district. My team receives approximately $1 million a year from the 911 emergency services fee just to maintain and upgrade its 2 911 emergency services systems, as mandated by the Federal Communications System, FCC, not including the cost of staffing the centers and providing any fixtures, furnishing, and equipment. Additionally, standard operating procedures must be developed for the use of each component to include handling of requests based upon the Freedom of Information Act, which is FOIA, from organizations such as the American Civil Liberties Union, ALCU, as well as archiving information, data retention on each data platform. ACLU is an American nonprofit human rights organization founded in 1920. The organization strives to, quote, defend and preserve the individual rights and liberties guaranteed to every person in this country by the Constitution and laws of the United States, end quote. One of the concerns from the ACLU and what has come out from other states developing the increased public surveillance through a similar real-time crime centers is if there's any requirement for police to provide a detailed, legally enforceable plan to govern how the new surveillance tools can be used. Such a plan would have to include information about the proposed technology's functionality, intended uses, and restrictions, as well as what protections will be put in place to ensure the technology is used in a constitutional and non-discriminatory manner. Just like the 911 ECC, is the data retained in the center able to be subpoenaed by legal counsel, and will members of the center be required to be called to court, provide testimony in support of data integrity, chain of custody, and validation of evidence. My suggestion is that the committee assess the total cost over a 5-year period of time before allocating any funding to the creation of the real-time center, as well as determine the oversight responsibility for the center. If federal grant monies are identified to support the centers, they usually come with a local cost share percentage and do not include any maintenance costs. This committee has obviously identified the need for a territory to have a real-time crime center, but what is expected in return on the investment and what are the key performance indicators or KPIs have been established to ensure its continued success. I'd recommend evaluating the creation of a single center and basis on its success and established benefits and look for a second center. My team supports the basis of this bill, but recommends, again, reviewing the funding source of the center covering the initial 5 years. The cost for the data communications, monthly fees, and annual software fees must be considered as part of the total cost implementation of the real-time crime centers. Thank you, Committee Chairman Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, for the opportunity to provide testimony today on Bill number 35-0131. I'm prepared to answer any questions any members of this committee may have at this time.
Thank you, Director Joshin. So, colleagues, we've heard from the 3 agencies of Virgin. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rushing the brush. Bureau of Information and Technology, my humble apologies. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, and bill sponsor Senator Diane T. Capehart, members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other members of the 35th Legislature, other guests, and viewing audience. My name is Mark Bao, Chief Technology Officer of the Bureau of Information Technology, representing Director, Chief Information Officer Rupert Ross. I'm here to provide and to support testimony concerning Bill number 35-0131, which proposes to amend Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, to establish a real-time crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department. The Bureau of Information Technology supports Bill number 35-0131, as it provides an opportunity for the Virgin Islands Police Department to augment its existing public safety initiatives. The implementation of our RTCC serves as an integrator to all existing VIPD solutions, enables effective and efficient tracking of data, providing metrics to forecast high crime areas, and extends the capacity of the agency's personnel to provide safety to the territory. The RTCC improves operational efficiency and provides a platform where all relevant data can be assessed and examined for investigative purposes and protecting the citizens of the Virgin Islands. To continue, we here at BIT plan to really support this effort in any way possible. We've been providing some technical expertise in terms of looking at the different technological equipment that will be able to support this entity, and we just want to say we want to support this bill moving, the RTCC moving forward. We'd like to thank this body for enabling us to give testimony on this bill today.
So you didn't have a formal testimony?
No formal testimony. So this was just in piggybacking off of Commissioner Martinez's testimony.
Okay, you just had us for a loop there. That's what we were trying to figure out. I didn't want to stop you full in your tracks. But, okay, so maybe that's why my mind had said to just go straight to the thing, but no. Colleagues, so we heard from the three agencies, Virgin Islands Police Department, VITEMA, which is our emergency management agency, and the Bureau of Information Technology. So we'll do another 4-minute round, starting with our at-large Senator. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the testifying panel. Commissioner, I know this one is your baby. While I am very much in support of the premise of the Real-Time Crime Center, I am a bit cautious, I will say, that we need to be careful concerning infringing on individuals' civil liberties, right? There's a section in the bill, 263A subsection B, number 5, concerning facial recognition, and I wanted to know, is that facial recognition capability a live capability, or is it a case-by-case capability?
Well, Senator, as it now stands, we do have facial recognition technology at our fingertips here. We continue to utilize it, to test it. We have not utilized it in any case. As a matter of fact, we sort of backtracked just a little on it after one of my mentors, now Senator Francis, brought up some legislation regarding the facial technology. So we sort of stepped back a little on that. But we do have the technology here. We just have not used it for any type of investigative process.
Okay.
And that has a lot to do also with the fact that but that there have been a number of cases on the mainland that have questioned the use of that technology. And as such, we were just standing by and just to see where it's going. I think it's before the Supreme Court as we speak.
Very well, and thank you for that clarification, because I wanted to know, because we have liberties of privacy invasion, mass surveillance, discrimination and bias, lack of consent, or even false positives. My brother and I look very similar. People mix us up all the time. So I always tell him, hey, you better behave, So, in cases where false positives could potentially become an issue for an individual, perhaps I committed a crime and my brother looks like me, the recognition picks up him as being me, and then now he has to find himself in court trying to fight a case that he didn't have anything to do with. Now, I'm not saying that this is specifically the case. Again, I am in support of the Real-Time Crime Center. I am cautious about civil liberties. I want to make sure I clarify that over again. Now, when it comes to the data side of it, right, I wonder, what type, you mentioned that the proposed RTCC would be a centralized data hub that would rapidly access information from multiple sources. So what I wanted to know is, what would you consider being the expected volume of data that would be streaming through the center? Because the officers might want to request information about a specific thing. How quickly, what type of bandwidth are we looking at? I do agree with Director Joshin as well. I don't think 2.5 is enough. I think it's going to need more in the specific case of data storage, data movement, processing. These things are all, if it's going to be a hybrid, is it going to be local, cloud-based, things like that. So it could be a hybrid between the two. I don't know. But, I think we should consider all of these things, because I believe the Real-Time Crime Center is something that will benefit our society very, very much. But we really got to look at all the intangibles when it comes to the data processing side as well.
Well, again, Senator, we're talking about, when you thought about the amount of data that's going to be flowing through the system, I couldn't sit here and tell you, give you a specific number as to what the fluidity of that data is, or just how much of it. What I can tell you, as I indicated in my testimony, that the types of information that we're going to have direct access to from the system goes from NCIC, again, firearm registries. We're going to local criminal and traffic records check at our fingertips. The ability for our analysts or officers in the center to access cameras in real time that are attached to the system, whether it's our cameras, again, within the next couple of months, we're talking about having nearly 250 to 300 surveillance cameras, LPRs, and the still cameras, to attach to it. And of course, that doesn't account for any of the cameras that are going to be coming out of our partner agencies, Department of Property and Procurement, Education. Okay, we will have access to those cameras in the schools and stuff, and I'm certain the question is going to come up why, and I'll be able to expound on that a little more later on. But there's copious amounts of information that we have as we speak, but we do not have the processes in place to expound and to really utilize them to the level that we should be. And by running them through the real-time crime center, you will really be able to see just what type of technology we have at our fingertips and how it makes us a lot more effective and which in turn causes our department to become more efficient.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And Mr. Chair, just really quickly wrapping up, it's important that we...
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wrap up.
And it's important that we make sure that we look at all the logistical steps involved in this concerning the retention of data, because you're going to need that data for other cases as well.
Correct.
And also to back it up, and also when we have this disaster recovery situations, how are we going to protect the data as well? So, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the additional time, and thank you for your responses, Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you, Senator Bulkis Jr. Point of clarification, Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let my colleagues know that there was an amendment that was circulated. With that amendment, it addresses the removal of section 4 and 5, because this was a concern that with discussion with Police Commissioner Martinez, that it was removed 4 and 5, and the no 4 and 5 would be a certified crime analysts, and any relevant personnel in the new 5 would be access to records management system. So colleagues, just if you haven't read it, that addresses some of the concerns that was just mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So that was a point of information for colleagues, so you could know that there is an intent of an amendment which is not being discussed at this time, but based on the previous discussion, the intent of the amendment, to my understanding, is to remove sections 4 and 5 of the current bill that's being discussed. Understood. Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I'd like to make a clarification on Bill 35-0127. The corrected copy that I just received from legal counsel, proposed by Senators Marvin A. Blyden, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Nova Lee Francis Jr., Alma Francis Heiliger, co-sponsored by Senator Marie C. James. So our name were all on it. I just wanted to put on the record from before to address. Now, the bill that we have at hand, Bill number 35-0131, anything for police, I going to support. But I have some issues. Some of my issues and concerns I'm going to bring to legal counsel in regards to make sure the commissioner don't get kicked out of the whole plan. And I say that directly to Section 2B. And it states, money is appropriated herein used for any other purpose other than for establishment of the real-time crime center shall automatically cause the person authorizes, which it should have been that, authorizes the expenditure to forfeit his employment with the government of the Virgin Islands and is personally liable to the government for unauthorized expenditures. And I brought it up because I spoke with the bill sponsor, so I'm pulling nothing out of a hat. Based on Title II, Section 26, the Director of the Office of Management of Budget shall, number 3, modify or withhold the planned expenditures at any time during the appropriation period if the Director of the Budget finds that such expenditures are greater than those necessary to execute the programs at the level authorized by the Governor and the Legislature, or that the receipts and surpluses will be insufficient to meet the authorized expenditure levels.
Where is that, you say?
Title 2, Section 26.
Oh, you move from the bill to...
Yeah, I move from the bill to 26 to do a correlation, which I want to ask again to legal. And
Okay. I'll give you back your time, but when you switch
Okay.
in like that, let me
Okay,
know so that
I
I
was just
can know
rushing
where
my
to
time.
go. No,
Yes.
don't rush. I will
Okay,
give you
good.
the time.
So in Section 2 of the bill, B, monies appropriated herein used for any other purpose that states that sentence in the bill. Then I checked with Title 2, VI Code, Section 26. I read 3. Now, 3D says appropriation transfers or changes as between objects of expenditures within a program may be made by the head of the department or agency. Money is appropriated here within any purpose other than for the establishment of a real-time center. It says the head of the agency can make changes based on Title II, Section 26, can make changes. The head of department or agency. Money is appropriated here and used any other purpose other than for the establishment of the real-time crime center shall automatically cause a person authorize the expenditure of the forfeiture employment with the government. Commissioner, I want you to lose your job. And if I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm just saying, through the chair to legal counsel, if based on Title II, Section 26, would it put the commissioner in problems, and would it look to usurp the authority of the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, based on 3 and 3D? If you need a copy of it, or if you need
And to be clear, when you say based on 3 and 3D, you're talking about
of Title II, Section
Thank you.
26. Correct.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Through the chair to Senator DeGraff, if the intent was to have this legislation apply notwithstanding those others, it would have specifically said notwithstanding Title II, Section 26, I believe you mentioned.
Correct.
And whatever other sections of the code, then those would not apply. But because it does not limit the application of those sections still do apply. So to the extent OMB or the commissioner says to OMB, listen, this money was appropriated for this project, but the funds can't be used because this project is fully funded, then yes, pursuant to 2 VIC 26, they can very well go ahead and use those funds.
So without the
elsewhere.
notwithstanding clause, the commissioner ain't problem.
Without the
It doesn't
notwithstanding
have-
clause, they're fine.
Right. And so without the notwithstanding clause, they are fine?
Yes,
Okay.
it's applicable.
Okay, 'cause I don't want the commissioner, like I said, lose his job.
Yes.
They would be in trouble. Yeah.
Listen, this does not say that 2 VIC doesn't apply.
Okay,
So to the extent it say doesn't apply, it does apply.
right. That's exactly my point. So it does apply. So commissioner, you go try to change the money or move it, then it applies that you'll be in trouble. No?
No.
That's
no,
what I'm trying to
no.
get straight. I want to
As
make
this
sure.
legislation is written, all 26, 2 VIC 26 applies. It is valid law. Okay.
1 minute.
Based on what you just said,
Okay.
I believe I have it that way, but it seems a little confusing.
Okay. Your premise is it needs a notwithstanding law to be, for it to stand, to be good law.
Correct.
So let me just take a moment and just really look at it carefully.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, you can hold my time again. I just trying, like I said, I don't want a commissioner lose his job under no circumstances.
Well, I'm not going to hold your time, but I'll give you additional time.
Okay.
Once the time is up.
While the legal counsel checks for that, could give a little. I just wanted to ask a couple other questions. So, Commissioner, I get your back, man. Don't worry about it. I'm looking out. I don't want the issue to happen and then we say, oops, we made a mistake. So, in regards to staffing of the center, what kind of staffing would you need? Or will you be using police, or would you have to hire new staffing for it?
It's a combination of both, Senator.
Time.
We would utilize several of our officers, at least one supervisor, and several of our officers. But the bulk of the personnel in the system, in the center, will be the center manager and 8 crime analysts. They're the ones that are going to be doing the majority of the work that's done in the real-time crime center. Where our officers that are assigned to the center come in is when you have incidents that are occurring in real time. Then it's best for an officer or a supervisor to speak to an officer or a supervisor because, as you well know, we understand the language.
Right. Okay, good. And Mr. Chair, if I may?
You may.
Okay. So BIT Chief Bow, in regards to, on BIT's end, it would assist in PD, can the subscriptions that PD may have to have updated and on a regular basis, because some may be what BIT gets, can they transition over to, rather than we have to go and they get their own, one government, you provide that support of the subscriptions, updating of them on an annual basis or whatever, how it's supposed to be? Can that be done?
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for that question. Mark Bow, BIT. We will work with VIPD when that time comes to understand the subscription and see how we could assist them with that. To my knowledge, the subscription is it's based upon VIPD's, I want to say their assistance and what they need for that solution.
Okay, Mr. Chair, my time was called. I do appreciate the time. Back to legal counsel, you could answer on the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Just want to get it straight for that part with the OMB director and for the police commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just know that with this chair, the chair speaks for his own time. Point of information, Senator Bolkes Jr.
Thank you, Mr.
Hold your point of information. Legal counsel, you have a response for Senator DeGraff?
Yeah, I'm going to try to say what I was saying a little differently. If you include a notwithstanding clause on this subsection B, then you would essentially say that notwithstanding what is currently in the code, if a person goes ahead and uses this money for the purposes other than what it is appropriated for in this subsection, then they run afoul, they could lose their job and so forth and so on. But without the notwithstanding clause, 2 VI 26 is still applicable. No?
Thank you, counsel.
I'll talk to you after.
I got you.
Thank you, counsel. Point of information, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, concerning the minority leaders' inquiry, it is my understanding that, in fact, when funds are supposed to be utilized for something else, any agency head has to submit an appropriation transfer, whereas they would come to this body in order to get the approval to utilize the funds for some other specific need. So with that said, I would say that the language that is in the bill is fine, but in fact, if the individual does not submit an appropriation transfer to the finance committee to be able to utilize the funds for any other specific need, then in fact they would have broken the law, and then this language would apply. And Mr. Chair, I would go through you to legal counsel to verify.
You may.
That's exactly right. That's correct.
Okay.
So your other channels are there. It's just that you can't go outside the channels to use the money, other than what is appropriate for.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. Hence, one of my concerns too was whether or not the measure should have also been discussed in budget appropriations. But point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize?
The chair to legal counsel. When it speaks to that specific section in regards to having some type of, and I want to make sure I get it correct, if money is appropriated here into purposes, okay. What I'm trying to understand, when it comes to appropriation transfers, you can only utilize it to shift monies within a specific agency or department. You can't just up and say you want to move it from police over to a different agency. So I'm trying to get clarity. Are you saying any employee or anyone that attempts, like he was talking about the budget director attempting to shift, would it only apply specifically if they attempt to do it within the department? Because that's the only way budget appropriations work. If you're doing the transfer, budget appropriations transfer has to be only within that agency, if you understand what I'm asking.
Through the chair to Senator Francis Heiliger, what can be done has to be done within the context of what is allowed. So to the extent that you only can make a transfer within the department, then yes, you would be limited to a transfer within the department.
Okay. Thank you.
We clear now? Hopefully we are. Vice Chair, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in 100% support of Bill number 35-0131 to establish the Real-Time Crime Center for the VIPD. Now, that's the key thing here, the VIPD. Because, while I know that Commissioner Ray Martinez, is a reputable person, and so is Assistant Commissioner Brooks, this is for VIPD. And I'm kind of cautious about who all would have access to this information. So I will ask the commissioner, this is to help with crime prevention. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to understand we need to equip the VIPD with all of the information, all of the sources, resources to be able to address the crime in our community. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a crime problem, and this will address it. I want to go back to what my colleague from St. John had mentioned, the facial recognition technology. Because, you see them thing with people in China and thing, every place they go, whoop, they recognize the facial recognition. So I go back to the question of who will have access to this information. So let me just ask you, Commissioner, because it's supposed to support crime reduction and is it information for VIPD. So suppose someone in the Bureau of Information Technology say, hey, Commissioner, they had that video of last night, a political event. and this a big boss call you, can you send me that video? I want to see who all was there. How would you respond to such a request for information from your superior?
Well, first of all, Senator, the only superior I have is a governor. And anybody that knows me knows well that I don't cross that line.
Okay.
That's the first thing. The second thing is that when it comes to the type of information that we're going to have first of all, we have this information already. We just don't have the data sets in place to utilize it in real time. So we have 99% of this information already.
Okay.
The technology, the cameras are there. We're using them, but we're using them after the fact. So all of these things are in place already. More importantly to your question is that when you establish a real-time crime center, because of the type of information that's housed there, we are going to be audited every 6 months, in some cases, yearly, and then every 2 years in others. And so we have to have in place policies for extensive audit systems, as well as as retention schedules for the data that we have, because there is data that we're going to have to destroy after 90 days, data that has to be destroyed after 120 days, and so on. And so there'll be those retention schedules that are placed into our policies as well.
Thank you. And, it's so good to hear that. But let me just play the devil's advocate here. I know you have a lot of integrity, but what would preclude your predecessor? Would there be policies in place to say that this is for crime prevention by VIPD? Because maybe someone in the Bureau of Information Technology or in some other area who may not have the same integrity may be able to give this information unauthorized. Because remember, we're now taking pictures of us in the airport, public spaces, in the public street, and everything. And unless you're committing a crime, this information, I don't see where it would be or where it should be disseminated to others who are in positions of authority. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time.
If I may answer, Mr. Chair.
You sure may.
Senator, no one has access, not in the Bureau of, in BIT, no one has access to the databases that we house right now. VIPD and VIPD's personnel are the ones that have access to the data that we now have.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And before we get too far, I wanted to ask earlier, because Commissioner, you mentioned about a criminal analyst. Would this be the real-time crime center? Will it be manned by just your department only, or with task force officers assigned from other agencies? Or even in addition, because I know that the Department of Justice had requested funding for criminal analysts. So would these criminal analysts just be solely from the VIPD or also from Department of Justice or another agency?
So the plan right now is at the onset, those analysts are all VIPD's personnel.
Okay.
We can share information with our partner agencies in as much as is required.
Okay. Senator Francis Eiliga, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. I understand what's being done here, but I need to get a little bit more clarity, because quite a bit of the things that I was reading in the legislation, like you said, we already have a lot of these things, and we're already utilizing some of them. What is the major benefit of now drafting legislation to say that you're centralizing the utilization of these items that you already use. Some of them you already are using.
So, simply put, Senator, it holds our feet to the fire. The legislature keeps us in line in that we were forced to follow the laws, as opposed to if the center was just created under the department, then of course a lot of the manners in which the center could be utilized would be based on the philosophies of he who is at the top. All right, the king gets to move the chips, and but this way, while the king still gets to move the chips, the king has, or the queen has to move those chips in line with the legislation. And I think that is a benefit as to why I actually, highly in support of codifying the real-time crime center. And interestingly enough, Senator, I've spoken to, as of yesterday, I spoke to 2 individuals, 2 supervisors of real-time crime centers on the mainland that we visited. And just to try to get, some more information from them to testify intelligently today. And when I indicated to them that we had this before the legislature, they were amazed, and it said that they believe that if had they legislated theirs, they would have had less problems that they have had with some of their municipalities that, operate a little differently than we do.
Okay. I also want to ask based on population size as well, because not every single thing that happens stateside or how they're set up, you could do in much smaller communities. We're talking about some states that might have 4-8 million people versus the Virgin Islands. Each island has 50, 50, and 4. So are you suggesting that we're going to have to potentially create a center in each island? That's how you envision it? Or are you saying one centralized for the Virgin Islands that could service the entire territory?
I'm grateful you asked that question because
I'm always thinking about the money.
As I sat here, I neglected to have placed that into my testimony.
1 minute.
So, Senator, we have the direct answer is we would require 2 centers. Okay, and I know it sounds, well, why would we need 2 centers for 50,000 people? Well, because we're surrounded by water. It's that simple, okay? And so we have funding, we've acquired funding at a cost of $2 million for the St. Croix Center. And so the appropriation that would be obtained now would be for the St. Thomas Center. And the only reason that we went with the St. Croix Center first was simply because we had the space, had already allocated the space for the center, so it fit directly into that $2 million budget that we obtained through the Department of Interior.
Okay, Mr. Chair, could I ask another question?
You may wrap up,
Thank you.
Senator.
One of the things that I find with us, we create these different things, and then it becomes a problem as to the funding, the continuous funding. Because it's one thing for us to get monies from Interior, us to take money out of the general fund to set it up, but then we have to be concerned about the continuous payment of updating equipment, making sure everything is maintained, hiring individuals. And where do you see that compared to what we might have to put out? What is the greatest benefit of creating a centralized unit? Because from my perspective, I understand we're doing better, but how do we get to a point that a lot of these cases are solved, murders are solved? How does this really impact us to see a lot of these things in solutions and resolutions to these crimes come to fruition?
So, Senator, first of all, I'm going to sweep my office when I get back, because obviously you've been in the office or have a bug in the office listening to my team and I.
Don't
put me out there like that.
So the benefit is the ability for us to respond and to solve cases in real time. Okay, and I say that, so, if the chair may allow me to, to just explain, to give you an example as to just how, in the simplest form, the center really works. Again, we start the center, we've got our own surveillance camera system. We have our own LPRs, our license plate readers. We have the ability for a public-private partnership with the business community and even residential homes that have front-facing cameras. So we have an incident that occurs, let's just say we've got a robbery that occurs on the waterfront. In real time, the bank's system goes off, the alarm goes off. It triggers the alarm not just for the bank, but it triggers the alarm in the real-time crime center. So before someone in the bank gets on the phone or someone outside of the bank gets on the phone to make that call to 911, we know that the bank's the triggering mechanism was just went off. Our analysts or even officers in the system move directly now based on where the bank is. Automatically, they hit one keystroke or two keystrokes, and it takes the cameras, all of the cameras in the vicinity of the bank are now operational on a big screen where they can start following, they can start speaking directly to officers who haven't gotten to the bank yet. They're still responding to tell them that, hey, outside from our vantage point, outside of the bank, we see X, Y, and Z type of vehicle parked outside. Now we see folks, there are two gunmen run into this vehicle is taken off. It's gone through one of the, it's now going on back street, traveling westbound or northbound. And we continue to switch from camera to camera to camera. At the same time, we have other technology. We spoke about the AI. Well, what the AI is actually doing is the AI is now telling us about how many, we need to find out who these persons are. So, of course, we got the LPR reader. It pops up. We have the license plate number. We start running a check on the license plate number. Where is this vehicle last registered? Who's the registered owner? Is it up to date? Is it stolen? All of these things in real time. Our officers, then, instead of them all rushing to go to the bank, they know not to go to the bank, to start traveling in this direction. Based on maybe the address of the vehicle, we know that they need to go straight to the north side or whatever it is. So in short, that's how the system works in real time. Now, that's just half of it. So let's say that the person, these perpetrators were able to evade us. Well, based on all of this information now, through the center, we've got the license plate. So now the detectives that come, that are working the case after the fact, still have all of this information right at their fingertips. So they don't have to go back to the investigations office to start working on this. Even with the technology that we have, we can take through the center, we can take video images and we'll be able to send those images directly to all of my responding patrol officers in their vehicles, to send it to their computers in the vehicle so they can see snippets of the vehicle, the suspect size, all of this stuff. So that's how the system works. So it's about real-time response.
Well, I totally understand that, and I appreciate that full explanation. As the author of the legislation dealing with artificial intelligence, I will definitely have to reach out to work with the police department to make sure your component is also within that legislation as well. And on the chair's time, just talk about the money part as to how you think, have we done an analysis as to the continued cost?
Yes, we have.
Because we have to make sure budget-wise, we're going to have to keep funding that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Eiliga. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. It seemed like my colleague in the minority knew exactly what I was going to say. Because I was going to ask about that whole assessment. So you could basically answer that based on your assessment moving forward, because we're not putting this in just for today, but this is for years to come. How is that assessment going, or has it been finalized when it comes to the budget, Commissioner?
So, Senator, we have a budget in place based on the DOI grant for the St. Croix. So we already understand that a lot of the databases and the technology we're talking about, we already pay for. So it's not as if we're going to incur this great cost for us to moving forward. What I can tell you is that for the personnel, we know that per center, it's going to, our budget will increase about $617,000. That's personnel costs and fringes annually for 9 individuals per center. So that's about $1.2 million to our personnel budget. And the platform that we're going to be utilizing, that we're in the process of negotiating or contracting with that company on an annual basis, the upkeep of that specific database, that solution is going to run us about $140,000, $150,000 a year. So that right now, that's the extent of the budget. Of course, we still would have to, upgrade equipment, and furniture and stuff like that every couple of years. But it's not as if those numbers are going to be there or be required on an annual basis. It'll be just the personnel costs and the subscription costs for the platform that merges all of our systems.
Thank you for that. Through the chair, I would like to request a documentation that speaks to the breakdown of the $1.2 million for the personnel. And the Commissioner mentioned $150,000 a year, and that's specifically for what again, Commissioner?
That is for the platform that we're negotiating. That is a platform that takes all of our services, all of our databases, and gets them to speak together, to talk to each other.
So once again, through the chair, I'd like to ask for that $1.2 million breakdown for the personnel budget from VIPD and for the $150,000 per year for the platform. Because we want to make sure moving forward that this thing runs good. We want to make sure once you commissioner or any commissioner comes in, they have something that's going to be stabilized. And of course, every so often there will be a change because softwares, equipment, every so often will have to be changed. And as far as software and the equipment, do you know how often these equipments and what have you changes?
Well, the software, first of all, for the managing software that we're going to be utilizing, the first 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, of the technology already built into the cost that we're assuming. So once we obtain this software, it's the first 2 years of any upgrades is already covered in the initial startup costs. And if I may, Senator, I have my special projects manager here, Mr. Hughes, who can expound on that even more.
He could do that on the chair's time. I just want to make sure I squeeze in my questions. So, but respectfully, Commissioner, you can ask the chairman to do that. But as far as the property, I'm assuming you already have identified the property. So as this bill is passed, we can see some movement there?
So again, we've identified the property on St. Croix and of course that deals with the funding we already have, the $2 million. As it pertains to the St. Thomas property, we've got a lease, or we're actually negotiating a lease for the specific property that this would, the St. Thomas Center would go to, and the cost of that lease, we've already placed that into the our FY24 budget, so it wouldn't take away from any of the costs that we have here with the $2.5 million.
Okay, you said you have identified the one on St. Croix. So as far as going through property and procurement, how is that process going? Do you have any timelines or projections as far as when you will close on that?
It's already closed. The lease is going through the procurement process for signature.
Okay, understood. Well, you know, this is a great measure. The only thing is, and I hope she don't take it anyway, but to the sponsor of the measure, if you could. Okay, my question to Commissioner for VIPD, how soon do you need this legislation? Because what I'm getting, well, answer the question, I'll explain why. How soon do you need this to be passed? Is it time sensitive?
It is time sensitive because, again, Senator, we've already got the funding through our DRI grant to move on the St. Croix Center. on the St. Croix Center. So the quicker that the legislation is brought forward, you know, the more that we'll be able to close the loop on this.
Because the reason why I'm mentioning it being time sensitive, because every time we turn around, we see the governor putting out a press release talking about these Epstein funds. And instead of touching the general fund, I really wish that we could put our minds together. I know the conversation is ongoing, but we all know what happened, according to them, at Epstein Island. And if we had something like this years ago, things would have been a little differently. So why not use the funds from that to fund an initiative like this instead of touching the general fund? Because during the FY 2024 budget, we had to make a lot of changes and cut back and within different departments and agencies to pass a balanced budget. So that's my only recommendation. But if it's time sensitive and it's the consensus of this body to pass it as is, so be it. But we have a lot of money sitting in the government coffers when it comes to Epstein. With that said, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Johnson, you recognize. There was something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. And this is definitely time sensitive. As you listen to what's going on in our community, time after time, you can't find no one willing to come and testify. And I think we're far behind a lot of states in the mainland where these eyes in the sky do solve crime. And if we don't get on board, we're gonna be definitely left behind. But I want to start out a line of questioning to Director Josh. And you said, and I need for you to elaborate on the cost. You said something about the 2.5 million allocated for the billing in real time. RTC Center might not be sufficient. You think that it might need more than that?
Senator Director Joshua from my team, I think from my perspective, just running 911 is my example. I have $1 million a year I use just to maintain it, and it's difficult to do that. So Commissioner Martinez did not talk about this ahead of time, so I did not realize he already has $2 million allocated. But just my concern is overall standing something up, and it sounds like his testimony this afternoon indicated he already has a very good plan in place. So my comment was based upon not having the knowledge ahead of time, sir.
Okay, so you're saying the 911 operation is how much?
I have $1 million a year I receive from FCC just to maintain the 911 systems on St. Croix and St. Thomas. I use that as an example just to operate a system like that. My cost I have, and just looking at the total cost of ownership to maintain and upgrade a system, to making sure we look at that overall.
All right, thank you very much. And to Commissioner, are there any specific challenges or concern that VIPD anticipate in the establishing of the operation of the real-time center, RTCC, and what strategies are in place to address them?
So, Senator, if there's any issue that I see us having is the hiring of the crime analysts and getting them trained up so that they're able to provide the type of analytical assistance that we require. However, our plan to sort of facilitate that is the fact that we already have 5 crime analysts working for the department in our planning and research division, so we can utilize them as a hub for, as a nexus to bring the newly hired individuals up to speed, coupled with the fact that one of the things we're going to do is to merge our division of Bureau of Planning and Research into the real-time crime center, simply because they are the statisticians, and the information they have on hand is something that our guys in the field can utilize on a daily basis.
And if I may, with this system, collaborate with other law enforcement agency, both in the territory and on the mainland?
Yes, Senator. Again, NCIC is going to be tied into it, along with, when we start about, I think that's a great question. When we speak about local partnerships, we're talking about the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. We're speaking about, with the real ID systems, with the driver's license databases. We're talking about we've already started conversations with the courts, because, again, one of the things that we want to run through it is that that system, that the pretrial release system, okay, so that we would have someone that's physically there assisting them in viewing this, the folks that are out of pretrial release. We're talking about collaborations through our own highway safety department, because, again, with our camera system, we'll be able to count cars and do a number of other things that this government utilizes and requires. Also, Public Works, is all on board.
Well, I know for sure this is a tool that definitely will help law enforcement, especially in solving crimes, and not have to wait for witness to come to testify and have the cameras to backtrack. And pretty much, as you describe how the system will work in real time, will assist this agency and this territory on a whole. And hopefully will start to curb some crime and solve some crimes. So at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting this measure. And if I may, Director Justin said it cost him $1 million to maintain. What is your take on the maintenance, Commissioner? And you could answer in the chair time.
So, Senator, because the center is going to be new, we are estimating that the annual upkeep for 2 centers, it'll be roughly over about between $750,000 and $1 million.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senate President Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just along that line, Commissioner, how then do you propose to continue or identify the funding necessary for the maintenance and upkeep at the tune of $750,000 to $1 million?
Well, Senator, in reality, it's a little more than that, because, again, just to upkeep, let's say we on the high end, we look at, just like Director Joshua said, even if the upkeep on an annual basis is $1 million, then it still increases our annual budgetary requirements by, again, about 2.2 million, because we're looking at the $1 million in upkeep, and then we're still looking at $617,000 on average for personnel costs and fringes. So, collectively, we're talking about $2.2 million, and that would have to come from our general fund, unless we continue to go towards utilizing sources like as we have right now, with especially the Department of Interior grant funding that we utilize to acquire that first $2 million for the St. Croix facility.
Very well, thank you. I'm very much in support of a real-time crime center, and I've had the opportunity to visit the real-time crime center in Puerto Rico as well as the one in Taiwan. And I've been saying this for quite some time. If we intend to be effective and efficient in terms of crime fighting, we have to rely on technology in order to do that. Human beings alone will not be able to solve, some of these matters in a timely fashion as technology would. And as we can see with AI and surveillance cameras and license plate readers and all of these things, bringing all of that technology into one central location, one central repository where you'll have real-time access, and that's what it is, real-time. And I'm also mindful that in my training with OPSEC, Operation Security, that a lot of the information that we can't just divulge here in the public because everyone that's listening, capitalize on this type of information and then work counterproductive to being able to solve some of these matters. So we have to be very mindful of the sensitive information that's divulged here because it could get into the wrong hands. But when you talk about the body-worn cameras, when you talk about LPRs, license plate readers, your surveillance cameras, the CAD system, the computer-aided dispatch, the RMS record management system, fingerprinting 911 information, which will be very important in this whole discussion, as well as GIS, the geospatial information system, all of this into one central location, real time. And I think that a lot of times when we think about this, we're thinking that, that you'll have Big Brother just watching all over, what's happening. That's not what happens, but in fact, whenever there's a in progress, emergency situation, then the cameras focus on those particular areas, like you explained, just a while ago, Commissioner, where you're able to then triangulate, navigate, and make a determination and be able to direct your necessary resources to that location to help to solve these things in a timely fashion. So I'm very much in support of this. I'm concerned about us being able to put up, stand up two at one time. I think that we should, work towards getting the one up and then, eventually getting the second one up. But nonetheless, time is of the essence. I'm also mindful of that. And, we just have to take night and make day and allow for this technology to work. Thank God. If it wasn't for the real-time crime center, if it wasn't for technology, that insurrection on January 6th, a lot of that arrests would not have been made. A lot of information and technology was utilized to then address that particular situation. And that's available to us right here at the home front. And that's what we have to rely on to be able to address our crime problems. So I don't have any much questions. I just wanted to say that, just be careful with the dissemination of the information, security information, and certainly we'll continue to make our efforts. And there might be some Department of Interior funding as well as federal funding that might be available to support this. But in the meantime, we have to at least put some money where our mouth is and at least give you the crime-fighting arsenal that you require to get the job done. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. And coming from the VIPD, I too would like to give every assistance that we can give to our law enforcement officers, period, to fulfill their duties and responsibilities. And I commend the sponsor on this legislation. But while I would like to give the VIPD everything that they ask for, I still have a responsibility to make sure that we're prudent in our decisions, and I am certainly also concerned about committing these resources given our current situation or current climate. Now, Commissioner, based on your testimony and what I've been listening to, it sounds like the real-time crime center is already in the works for St. Croix. Am I correct?
That is correct, Senator.
And so just for me to be a little clearer, why would there be a necessity right now to speed up legislation? What would be the necessity for this?
Again, Senator, I think it is best, because we're still in the infancy of creating the center. so that if we're going to place legislation onto the books and to codify the real-time crime center, then it would make sense for us to have codified it prior to us delving in deeply and beginning the center and starting the center up. Only, I don't know, what your colleagues may place into the final bill. But, and then for us to have to backtrack on something that easily we could have done or taken a look at if, in fact, we had the legislation early on. So in my opinion, the earlier that we obtain the legislation, I think that the better it is, because we would know how to move forward to ensure that we stay within the confines of the legislation.
Okay, so that we don't have to backtrack, one of my concerns, we're talking about a real-time crime center, which in terms is one location. So we're talking about the funding and whatnot, and what also concerns me is the maintenance and upkeep that's been discussed. And now, not just having one, but two. Is there a true need for two centers, or we can have one center and just make sure that it's funded? Because I'm concerned about the continuity of this too, not just giving a one-time funding and then next thing you know, we're struggling next year or the year after for funding of not one but two centers.
Well, Senator, again, I stand by the fact that I believe I'm dead set on the fact that we require two, one for each, for the St. Thomas, St. John district, and one for the St. Croix district. And if we take a look at it and we really take a look at it along the same lines or similar lines as 911, we see where we require two 911 centers. And I think that if we look at it along those same lines, you would see why we would require two real-time crime centers. More importantly, I think that once you, with the host of cameras, to have a fallback. If one center goes down, the other is going to be the fallback to for us to have that opportunity to revert services to that one, just the same as 911. But more than anything, when you start dealing with, when we start taking a look at the type of information that's going to be passing, when we start taking a look at the amount of cameras that we want to put in and have access to in real time, especially when we talk about the public-private partnership that we're going to put in place, it just makes sense that when we speak about that public-private partnership, we're looking at a public-private partnership for the St. Thomas, St. John district, so that business owners and the residents of the St. Thomas, St. John community understand that their information is here and is being utilized in their respective districts.
So you had a chance to visit the New York real-time crime center. How many RTCs do they have?
Well, for New York City, they have two. They have the real-time crime center out of 1 PP, and then they have the Manhattan. They just opened the Manhattan project.
So, do we have an idea of the annual cost to keep a real-time crime center here in the territory up and running?
Yes, we do, and if you'd allow me to, I'll have my project manager, Mr. Hughes, respond to that.
Sure, and I was going to say, man, he didn't get dressed up so from 6 o'clock this morning to come here and not be able to say something. So go right ahead, Mr. Hughes. Testify, Mike, right here, please. Go ahead.
Didier Hughes, the third Special Project Manager of Virgin Islands Police Department. Along with the cost of the analysts, within the proposal with the platform that we're using, the first 3 years would be included in those costs, alongside the equipment maintenance. We work with BIT to include that maintenance, So we'll be roughly around $450,000 for the proposal that we're working on. So like I said, that will be included in $150,000 for the first 3 years.
And this is annually?
Yes. For the first 3 years of the Real-Time Crime Center.
I want to be clear.
Right.
The $450K that you speak of is for the first 3 years or annually?
For the first 3 years of the
For the first 3 years.
For the inception of the project.
And then thereafter, we're talking about how much annually?
Senator, we wouldn't be able to say right now because, again, costs may fluctuate or move at that, 3 years from now.
Okay. We're going to have to do some real discussions even with the Budget and Appropriations Committee. So, and this is a step up. I was thinking and wondering why not just beef up the intelligence unit in both districts. However, I see the need for this real-time crime center. Trust me, I just want to be responsible in my actions and not just rush the brush just because. Oh, and after Senator James had spoken, something was on my mind that I wanted to say and I couldn't remember, but now I remember. Because now what concerns me is, we're going to rent another building, Commissioner, for this?
For the St. Thomas, yes. We just don't have the capacity in our present locations.
And that's what I've been saying too. I don't know about our capacity, period, overall, because the next concern that I have is human resources being a challenge in getting those individuals. We right now fighting to find police officers. I want to make sure that we're just not biting more than we can chew. Again, don't get me wrong, because I think that this is needed. It could be used. I just want to make sure that as we're putting forward this type of funding, that we're able to fulfill and do exactly what we set out to do.
If I may, Senator, I don't see an issue with us obtaining the human capacity for crime analysts. We continue to have issues and with acquiring that capacity for law enforcement, to be law enforcement officers. Right. But our HR unit has been doing really well. We've got a lot of folks that want to work for the police department. They just do not want to work for the police department in the capacity of a law enforcement
police officer.
So we are working not just for on analysts, but drone pilots and a lot of other units that we're going to converge over to from away from what our officers do now. But the crime analyst is one of them, and we've had quite a number of individuals, especially young Virgin Islanders coming out of UVI with their degrees that are interested in the analytical field.
What's the location on St. Croix?
It's the space is going to be where we're just rented the square footage in Frederickstead and a place in
where we renting again.
Where we renting again,
okay.
Yes.
Listen, I can't hide my emotions. I can't hide what I'm thinking. I just want us to, at some point, get out of this renting. I don't know what's up with our government. We continue to outsource, and I think and what my mother used to say all the time, and I can't say it on the floor, but when we, on the break, I'll let you know about outsourcing everything, and when you want to use it, you can't. At some point, I'm still, I don't want to jump from the RTCC because, again, it's needed, but it making me have to even ask, what are we doing to fund the build of the police station on St. Croix in Frederickstead? We also want to do one for St. Thomas and the East End, because we know that these guys have to come out of that area where they're at. It's not conducive for policing and whatnot, but I'm just hoping that we can really address these concerns.
Well, Senator, you know that we continue with Patrick Sweeney. We're actually in the design phase with the new Patrick Sweeney headquarters. We've moved, it took a while, but we've moved quite a distance now. And I think to the point where Mr. Hughes can correct me if hopefully by December we start demolishing the old Patrick Sweeney, and which is going into phase 2. And moving forward, I think that, you know, that gives us at least $1 billion. Of course, that is not an overnight fix. It's still going to be 2 or 3 years.
And I applaud you for that. That's information that the public needs to know as well. However, while I applaud you, I must say that that still doesn't address my concern of the actual police station, which is in the respective
correct
areas of the islands. But lastly, and go to the bill sponsor, again, I heard from Mr. Hughes, have you all taken into consideration as well the power supply for the technology and whatnot? Because we know we can't depend on, and I won't even call the entity name.
D.A. Hughes, Special Project Manager, Police Department. We've have these intensive conversations with the Bureau of Information Technology on the magnitude of electricity that we would need to fund the electronics that will be in the real-time crime center. So
thank you. Just make sure that that's like top priority as well.
Understood.
Both locations. Again, you know, it's time for us to act. And in the act, with these 3 bills that we discussed today, you know, that ACT is an acronym: accountability, confidentiality, and now technology. So let's do what we have to do, but please, I from where I sit, I intend to hold people accountable in meeting these goals and making sure that we do exactly what we're supposed to do with these respective areas. All right? Senator Keepart, you're recognized for your fantabulous bill that we're discussing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just ought to let my colleagues know that I may not have been sworn personnel at Virgin Islands Police Department, but I was an administrator there where I last worked.
But I'll give you back your time. Just tell me what agency you in work with.
Well, that's why I'm so knowledgeable about a lot of things here on this floor, so give to me.
Yes.
So I heard the pulse of my colleagues at that time working. I keep hearing about real time, and really didn't take any attention to it until spoke to an officer who really thought it's time that the Virgin Islands move with the times. Our criminals are getting smarter, and we need to keep ahead of them. And technology is what we need to keep up with. But we didn't even talk about the 3 pillars of, the core pillars of a real-time analysis. Safety for the police officers, the men and women who work there, the identification, the apprehension. These are the 3 core pillars of this. And as I mentioned, the criminals, them getting smarter. And with this, I thought it was very important that we work with the police department on their needs. They want. This is something that they feel is necessary. So I hear my colleagues and the concerns. This is parity. We want to make sure not only St. Croix has a real-time crime center, but we want to make sure that St. Thomas also, who is not in a unique situation where crime doesn't happen. But I wanted to ask, Commissioner, compared to the other data centers with similar demographics, Are there any stats that suggest the rate in the reduction of crime?
So, Senator, it depends on, the answer to that depends on which municipality that you look at.
Okay.
So, for instance, the team and I, in fact, all of us sitting here, did what we refer to as the Real-Time Crime Center tour, where in a week we went to 5, 6 different crime RTCCs on the mainland. And what we found is that, for instance, in Atlanta, the vast reduction that in Part 1 crime that they really saw the greatest impact in was robberies in and around the downtown areas. But in Orlando, we saw that their greatest impact was in the reduction of violent crime, specifically murders and GSWs and first-degree assaults by weapons. So it depends on the jurisdiction, and it depends really on the philosophies of that jurisdiction as to what exactly it is that they're looking at. Greensboro, South Carolina, for instance, their thing was in reducing drug trafficking and fentanyl. So that's where their greatest reduction is. So taking all of that into consideration, I'll tell you that what we're looking for is really the combined, a multi-prong, if you will, reduction in our violent crimes. Specifically, of course, our GSWs, our first-degree assaults due to gunshot, and of course, the murders associated with it. But there are also some issues that we have to take a look at that and be very much concerned with. And that is taking a look at those. We need to get back again, utilizing the Real-Time Crime Center to go after a lot of the nickel and diamond drug dealing that's going on that we were allowed to, again, once fester on our street corners and in some of our business district and our nighttime districts as well. Specific to the fact that that fentanyl is here in our territory, and
in our territory?
In our territory, and as a result of that, we need to put on our big boy pants and take a look at exactly how we're going to face the influx of this narcotic, and to get ahead of it. And the Real-Time Crime Center is going to play a significant role in that, because it's going to force our federal partners as well to come to the table.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. Again, to this esteemed body that has already voted for the LPRs, surveillance cameras, and a number of other supporting legislation that is tied to today's bill, Bill number 35-0131. The Real-Time Crime Center ties every resource, every tool together to reduce waste and to ensure that the resources paid by tax dollars are being properly utilized. Effective real-time analysis is vital to any law enforcement agency that plans to transition to technology-driven policing concept. Colleagues, I ask for your vote on this measure today that's before you. You hear it. VIT, VITEMA, and the Virgin Islands Police Department, they're ready. They want this. I ask for your support. Thank you.
One sec, guys. Let me get some clarity from Mr. Hughes. The $450,000 that you spoke of for over the 3-year span is for one district or both districts?
DJ Hughes, Special Project Manager. It will be for the St. Croix District.
St. Croix.
And that's solely based on the inception of the project.
Okay. Thank you. So at this time, I hear, you had a point of information? No? No.
Is that amendment?
I think, no. Take it easy, sir. At this time, so we're considering bill number 35-0131, and I think this time we will move for either a motion or amendment to this measure. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please recognize the Vice Chair.
Thank you. Kindly, Mr. Chair, I offer amendment number 35-470 to bill number 35-0131 on behalf of the sponsor. Bill number 30, Diane Capot, Senator Diane Capot. Bill number 35-0131 is amended as follows. A, Section 1, internal Section 263A, subsection B is amended, 1, by striking paragraphs 4 and 5 and inserting new paragraphs 4 and 5 to read, 4, certified crime analysts and any relevant personnel. 5, Mr. Chair, I withdraw my amendment.
Withdrawal acknowledged. Let's take a 2-minute recess. 2-minute recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023 is back on record. Senator Bolkes, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0131, relating to an act amending Title III VIC, Chapter 15, to establish a real crime center centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department, to be held in committee. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Bolkes, second by Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator DeGraff, and Senator Ray Fonseca. Roll call.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
No.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yay. Mr. Chairman, you have 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you. The bill number 35-0131, an act amending Title III of the Virgin Islands Code to establish a real-time crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department, has been held in this committee and will advise at the appropriate time. Thank you for your testimony, Vitima, Virgin Islands Police Department, and BIT, and I'll give you 30 seconds just for your closeout, starting with BIT.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Kenneth Gittens, for this opportunity to testify, provide testimony on Bill number 35-0131. The Bureau maintains its support for VIPD in establishing a real-time crime center. Again, we want to continue the dialogue and working together to make this come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Vitima? Oh, Police Department?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to you and all in the listening audience. I am Assistant Commissioner Mario Brooks. On behalf of the Honorable Commissioner Ray Martinez and the executive staff here at the VIPD, we bring you greetings. As you have heard from several testifiers today, the need for the establishment of the Real-Time Crime Center is now. The centralization of the data collection systems that the VIPD manages into one collection center where our crime analysts can support the officers in the field in real time is our priority. We request your support as this measure will reap great dividends in short order. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Governor Brennan and his staff for the support, the testifiers today, the courageous members of the Virginia Police Department. We thank you for what you do on a day-to-day basis, and this esteemed body for your support, and we look forward to working with you to make our Virginians a safer place for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for today, colleagues, all legislative staff. Thank you. Those viewing and listening, the committee heard 3 measures today. Bill number 35-0086, which seeks to amend or require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, which was held in committee at the call of the chair. We also heard Bill number 35-0127, Act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders, which was passed favorably and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee. And lastly, we just held Bill number 35-0131 relating to an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code regarding the real-time crime center. For some technical matters that we would just like to address and bring it back. But all three of these measures today are critical to our law enforcement community and to the community at large. So we're looking forward to working feverishly on the other two measures that were held in committee so that we can put these forth sooner rather than later to give the Virgin Islands Police Department, our law enforcement officers and our criminal justice system more teeth to perform their jobs and their duties. Thank you all so much for spending the entire day here with us. However, I think it was productive, great conversations, and Godspeed wherever you may go. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023 is hereby adjourned.